The obscure night of the soul. Argument. I begin this book with the stanzas that I have undertaken to explain. I shall then explain them line by line. The first and second stanzas describe the effects of the spiritual purgations of our sensitive and spiritual nature. The rest, 6 in number, describe the various and wonderful effects of spiritual illumination and union with God in love. Stanzas. In an obscure night, with anxious love inflamed, O happy lot, forth unobserved I went, my house being now at rest. In darkness and obscurity, by the secret ladder disguised, O happy lot, in darkness and concealment, my house being now at rest. In that happy night, in secret, seen of none, and seeing naught myself, without other light or guide save that in which my heart was burning. That light guided me more surely than the noonday sun to the place where he was waiting for me, whom I knew well, and where none but he appeared. O guiding night, O night more lovely than the dawn, O night that hast united the lover with his beloved, and changed her into her love. On my flowery bosom, kept whole for him alone, he reposed and slept. I cherished him, and the waving of the cedars fanned him. Then his hair floated in the breeze that blew from the turret. He struck me on the neck with his gentle hand, and all sensation left me. I continued in oblivion lost. My head was resting on my love. I fainted away, abandoned, and, amid the lilies forgotten, threw all my cares away. Object of the preceding stanzas. Before entering on the explanation of these stanzas, I must premise that they are the song of the soul in the state of perfection, in union with God by love, after passing through those deep tribulations and distresses in the spiritual exercise of the straight way of eternal life. This is the way, as our Savior saith in the Gospel, by which the soul must ordinarily travel to the high and divine union with God. How narrow is the gate, and strait is the way that leadeth to life, and few there are that find it. This road being so strait, and they who find it being so few, the soul exults in having traversed it to the perfection of love. This is the substance of the first stanza. The straight way is with great propriety called the obscure night, as it appears from the following stanzas. The soul then, having traveled on this straight road, where so many blessings have come upon it, thus rejoiceth. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1 of the Night of Sense. In an obscure night, with anxious love inflamed, O happy lot, forth unobserved I went, my house being now at rest. Explanation. Here the soul describes the way and manner of its departure, as to all selfish and other affections, dying thereto and to itself by real mortification, so that it may come to the sweet and pleasing life of love in God. It went forth from itself and from all things in an obscure night, by which is meant purgative contemplation, as I shall hereafter explain, which leads the soul to deny itself and all besides. This departure of the soul was effected in the strength and fervor of love with which the bridegroom inspired it in the obscure contemplation for that end. The soul magnifies its own happiness in having journeyed Godwards in that night so successfully as to escape all hindrance on the part of its three enemies, the world, the devil, and the flesh, which are always found infesting this road. For the night of purgative contemplation had lulled to sleep and mortified in the house of sensuality all passions and desires in their rebellious motions. Chapter 1. Of the Imperfections of Beginners. In an obscure night. Souls enter this obscure night when God is drawing them out of the state of beginners, which is that of those who meditate in the spiritual way, and is leading them into that of proficients, the state of contemplatives, that, having passed through it, they may arrive at the state of the perfect, which is that of the divine union with God. That we may the better understand the nature of this night through which the soul has to pass, and why God leads men into it, it is necessary to touch upon certain characteristics of beginners, that they may perceive the weakness of their state, take courage, and desire to be led of God into this night, where the soul is established in virtue and prepared for the inestimable delights of His love. Though I shall dwell at some length upon this point, I shall do so no longer than suffices for the immediate discussion of the obscure night. We are to keep in mind that a soul, when seriously converted to the service of God, is, in general, spiritually nursed and caressed as an infant by its loving mother, who warms it in her bosom, nourishes it with her own sweet milk, feeds it with tender and delicate food, carries it in her arms, and fondles it. But as the child grows up, the mother withholds her caresses, hides her breasts, and anoints them with the juice of bitter aloes. She carries the infant in her arms no longer, but makes it walk on the ground, so that, losing the habits of an infant, it may apply itself to greater and more substantial pursuits. The grace of God, like a loving mother, as soon as the soul is regenerated in the new fire and fervor of His service, treats it in the same way. For it is then furnished without labor on its own part with spiritual milk, sweet and delicious in the things of God, and in devotional exercises with great delight, God giving it to the breasts of His own tender love, as a mother to her babe. Such souls, therefore, delight to spend many hours, and perhaps whole nights, in prayer. Their pleasures are penances, their joy is fasting, and their consolations are the use of the sacraments and the frequentation of divine offices. Now, spiritual men, generally speaking spiritually, are extremely weak and imperfect here, though they apply themselves to devotion and practice it with great resolution, earnestness, and care. For being drawn to these things and to their spiritual exercises by the comfort and satisfaction they find therein, and not being confirmed in virtue by the struggle it demands, they fall into many errors and imperfections in their spiritual life. For every man's work corresponds to the habit of perfection which he has acquired. These souls, therefore, not having had time to acquire those habits of vigor, must, of necessity, perform their acts, like children, weakly. To make this more evident, and to show how weak are beginners in virtue, in those good works which they perform with so much ease and pleasure, I proceed to explain with reference to the 7 capital sins, pointing out some of the imperfections into which beginners fall in the matter of each of them. This will show us plainly how like children they are, and how great are the blessings of this obscure night of which I am about to speak, seeing that it cleanses and purifies the soul from all these imperfections. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 2, of some imperfections to which beginners are liable in the matter of pride. When beginners become aware of their own fervor and diligence in their spiritual works and devotional exercises, this prosperity of theirs gives rise to secret pride, though holy things tend of their own nature to humility, because of their imperfections. And the issue is that they conceive a certain satisfaction in the contemplation of their works and of themselves. From the same source, too, proceeds that empty eagerness which they display in speaking before others of the spiritual life, and sometimes to teach it instead of learning it. They condemn others in their minds when they see that they are not devout in their own way. Sometimes also they give expression in words to that feeling, showing themselves herein to be like the Pharisee, who in the act of prayer boasted of his own good works and despised the publican. This fervor and the desire to do such and other like acts is frequently fed by Satan, in order that men of this kind may grow in pride and presumption. He knows perfectly well that all the virtuous works of people in this state are not only nothing worth, but rather tending to sin. Some of them go so far as to think none good but themselves, and so both in word and act fall into condemnation and detraction of others. They see the mote in the eye of their brother, but not the beam which is in their own. They strain out the gnat in another man's cup, and swallow the camel in their own. Sometimes also, when their spiritual masters, such as confessors and superiors, do not approve of their spirit and conduct, for they wish to be praised and considered for what they do, they decide that they are not understood, and that their superiors are not spiritual men, because they do not approve and sanction their proceedings. So they go about in quest of someone else who will accommodate himself to their fancy. For in general they love to discuss their spirit with those who, they think, will commend and extol their state. They avoid, as they would death, those who depreciate their feelings with the view of leading them into a safe way, and sometimes they even hate them. Presuming greatly on themselves, they make many resolutions and accomplish little. They are occasionally desirous that others should perceive their spirituality and devotion, and for that end they make many exterior movements, give vent to sighs, and practice divers ceremonies. And sometimes, too, they fall into a kind of rapture in public rather than in private, whereunto Satan contributes, and they are pleased when others witness it. Many of them seek to be the favorites of their confessors, and the result is endless envy and disquietude. They are ashamed to confess their sins plainly, lest their confessors should think less of them, so they go about palliating them, that they may not seem so bad, which is excusing rather than accusing themselves. Sometimes they go to a stranger to confess their sin, that their usual confessor may not suppose they are sinners but good people. And so they always take pleasure in telling him of their goodness, and that in terms suggestive of more than is in them. At the least, they wish all their goodness to be appreciated, when it would be greater humility on their part, as I shall presently show, to undervalue what is their own, and to be anxious that neither their confessor nor anyone else should think them of the least importance. Some beginners, too, make very light of their faults occasionally, and at other times indulge in immoderate grief when they commit them. They thought themselves already saints, and so they became angry and impatient with themselves, which is another great imperfection. They also importune God to deliver them from their faults and imperfections, but it is for the comfort of living in peace, and not for God. They do not consider that, were He to deliver them, they would become, perhaps, prouder than ever. They are great enemies of other men's praise, but great lovers of their own, and sometimes they seek it. In this respect they resemble the foolish virgins who, with untrimmed lamps, went about in search of oil, saying, "Give us your oil, for our lamps are gone out." Some, too, fall deeply into these imperfections, and into great evils by reason of them. Some, however, fall into them less than others, and some have to contend with little more than the first motions of them. But scarcely anyone can be found who, in his first fervors, did not fall into some of them. But those who at this time are going on to perfection proceed in a very different way, and in a very different temper of mind. They grow and edify themselves in humility, not only looking on their own works as nothing, but also dissatisfied with themselves. They look upon all others as much better than themselves. They regard them with a holy envy in their anxiety to serve God as well as they do. For the greater their fervor, the more numerous their good works, and the keener the pleasure therein. The more they perceive, for they humble themselves, how much is that which God deserves at their hands, and how little is all they can do for Him. Thus the more they do, the less they are satisfied. So great is what they in their love would fain do, that all they are doing seems nothing. This loving anxiety so importunes and occupies them that they never consider whether others are doing good or not, and if they themselves should ever do good, it is in the conviction that all others are much better than themselves. They also think slightingly of themselves, and wish others to do so also, to make no account of them, and to despise what belongs to them. And moreover, if anyone should praise and respect them, they will give them no credit, for they think it strange that anybody should speak well of them. Persons of this kind, in great tranquility and humility, are very desirous to learn the things that are profitable to them from anyone, be he who he may. In this respect, the very opposite of those of whom I have just spoken, who are willing to teach everybody, and who, when anyone seems about to teach them anything, take the words out of his mouth as if they knew it already. But these of whom I am now speaking are very far from wishing to instruct anyone. They are most ready to travel by another road if they be but commanded, for they never imagine that they can be right in anything. When others are praised, they rejoice, and their only regret is that they do not serve God themselves as well as they. They are not anxious to speak about their own state, because they think so lightly of it that they are, as it were, ashamed to speak of it to their confessors, for it seems to them unworthy of any mention whatever. But they have a great desire to speak of their shortcomings and sins, or of what they consider not to be virtues. Thus they incline to treat of the affairs of their soul with those who have no great opinion of their state and spirit. This is a characteristic of that spirituality which is pure, simple, true, and most pleasing unto God. For as the Spirit of the divine wisdom dwells in these humble souls, He moves and inclines them to keep His treasures secretly within, and to cast out the evil. God gives this grace together with other virtues to the humble, and withholds it from the proud. Persons of this kind will give their heart's blood for him who serves God, and will aid him to the utmost of their powers. When they commit any imperfection, they will bear up under it with humility, in gentleness of spirit, in loving fear of God, and hoping in Him. But the souls who in the beginning travel thus towards perfection are few, yea, very few, and we ought to be content when they do not rush into the opposite evils. This is the reason, as I shall hereafter explain, why God leads into the obscure night those souls whom He will purify from all these imperfections, in order to their further advancement. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 3 of the Imperfections of Avarice in the Spiritual Sense. Many a beginner also falls at times into great spiritual avarice. Scarcely anyone is contented with that measure of the Spirit which God gives. They are disconsolate and querulous because they do not find the comfort they expected in spiritual things. Many are never satisfied with listening to spiritual counsels and precepts, with reading books which treat of their state, and they spend more time in this than in doing their duty, having no regard to that mortification and perfection of interior spiritual poverty, to which they ought to apply themselves. Besides, they load themselves with images, rosaries, and crucifixes, curious and costly, now taking up one, then another, now changing them, and then resuming them again. At one time they will have them of a certain fashion, at another time of another, prizing one more than another because curious or costly. Some may be seen with an Agnus Dei, and with relics and medals, like children with coral. I condemn here that attachment and clinging of the heart to the form, number, and curiosity of these things, because in direct opposition to poverty of spirit, which looks only to the substance of devotion, which makes use indeed of these things, but only sufficiently for the end, and disdains that variety and curiosity in them. For real devotion must spring out of the heart, and consider only the truth and substance which the objects in question represent. All beyond this is attachment and imperfection, and the soul, if it is to go on unto perfection, must root out that feeling utterly. I knew a person who for more than 10 years used continually, without interruption, a cross rudely formed of a piece of blessed palm, and fastened together by a common pin bent backwards until I took it away. This was a person not deficient in sense and intellect. I knew another who had a rosary made of the backbones of fish, and whose devotion, I am certain, was not on that account of less value in the eyes of God. For it is quite clear that the cost or workmanship of these contributed nothing to it. Those beginners, therefore, who go on well, do not rely on visible instruments. Neither do they burden themselves with them, neither do they seek to know more than is necessary for them, so that they may act rightly, for their sole object is to be well with God and to please Him. Their avarice consists in that. With a noble generosity they give away their possessions, and their delight is to learn how to want all things for the love of God and their neighbor, disposing of everything according to the laws of this virtue. Because, as I have said, the sole object they have in view is real perfection, to please God in all things and themselves in nothing. The soul, however, cannot be perfectly purified from these imperfections any more than from the others, until God shall have led it into the passive purgation of this obscure night. But it is expedient that the soul, so far as it can, should labor on its own part to purify and perfect itself, that it may merit from God to be taken under His divine care, and to be healed from those imperfections of itself it cannot remedy. For after all the efforts of the soul, it cannot by any exertions of its own actively purify itself so as to be in the slightest degree qualified for the divine union of perfection in the love of God, if God Himself does not take it into His own hands and purify it in the obscure fire, as I am going to explain. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. Book 1, Chapter 4, of the Imperfection of Luxury, spiritually understood. Many beginners fall into other imperfections, over and above those in connection with the capital sins. I pass them over now to avoid prolixity, touching on some of the principal ones, which are, as it were, the source and origin of the rest. As to the sin of luxury, passing over what it is to commit it, my object being to speak of those imperfections which have to be purged away in the obscure night, beginners fall into many imperfections, which may be called spiritual luxury. Not that it is so in fact, but because it is felt and experienced sometimes in the flesh, owing to frailty, when the soul is the recipient of spiritual communications. For very often, in the midst of their spiritual exercises, and when they cannot help themselves, the impure motions of sensuality are felt, and sometimes even when they are deeply absorbed in prayer, or engaged in receiving the sacraments of penance and the Eucharist. These motions, not being in their power, proceed from one of three sources. They proceed occasionally, though but rarely, and in persons of delicate constitutions, from sensible sweetness in spiritual things. For when sense and spirit are both delighted together, the whole nature of man is moved in that delectation according to its measure and character. The mind is moved to delight itself in God, that is the higher part of our nature, and sensuality, which is the lower part, is moved towards sensible gratification, because it knows and admits of none other. And so it happens that the soul, while in spirit it is praying, is in the senses troubled, to its great disgust, with the rebellious movements of the flesh passively. As these two parts, the higher and the lower, form but one subject, man, they mutually participate in their respective passions, each in its own way. For, as the philosopher tells us, all that is received according to the capacity of the recipient. And so, in these beginnings, and even when the soul has made some progress, the sensitive part, being still imperfect when spiritual delight flows into the soul, mingles occasionally of its own therewith. But when the sensitive is already cleansed in the purgation of the obscure night, it is no more subject to these infirmities, because it receives so abundantly of the Spirit of God, that it seems rather to be received into that Spirit itself, as into that which is greater and grander. Thus it possesses everything in the way of the Spirit, in an admirable manner of which it partakes, united with God. The second source of these rebellious motions is the evil spirit, who, in order to disquiet the soul during prayer, or when it is preparing for it, causes these filthy movements of our lower nature, and these, when in any degree admitted, are injury enough. Some persons not only relax in their prayers through fear of these movements, which is the object of Satan when he undertakes to assail them, but even neglect them altogether, for they imagine that they are more liable to these assaults during prayer than at other times. This is certainly true, for he then assails them more than at other times in order to lead them to intermit their prayers. This is not all, for he represents to them most vividly the very filthiest images, and occasionally in close relations with certain spiritual things and persons, the thought whereof is profitable to the soul, that he may terrify and crush them. Some are so grievously assailed that they dare not dwell upon anything, for it becomes at once a stumbling block to them, especially those who are of a melancholy temperament. These are so afflicted as to be objects of the deepest pity. When melancholy is the occasion of these visitations of Satan, men in general cannot be delivered from them till their bodily health is improved, unless they shall have entered on the obscure night, which purifies them wholly. The third source of these depraved movements which war against the soul is usually the fear of them, which men have conceived beforehand. This fear, which a sudden remembrance occasions, in what they see, speak, or think of, makes them suffer these trials without fault on their part. Sometimes, when spiritual persons are speaking of spiritual things, or doing good works, they become conscious of a certain energy and elasticity arising out of the recollection of persons whom they have seen, and they go on with a certain measure of vain joy. This also proceeds from spiritual luxury in the sense I speak of, and is accompanied at times by a certain complacency of the will. Some too form spiritual friendships with others, the source of which is this luxury, and not spirituality. We may know it to be so by observing whether the remembrance of that affection increases our recollection and love of God, or remorse of conscience. When this affection is purely spiritual, the love of God increases with it, and the more we think of it, the more we think of God, and the greater our longing for Him, for the one grows with the other. The Spirit of God has this property, that it increases good by good, because there is a resemblance and harmony between them. But when this affection springs out of mere sensuality, its effects are quite opposite. For the more it grows, the more is the love of God diminished, and the resemblance of Him also. For if this earthly love increases, that of God cools down, and men forget him by reason of that affection of sense, and the remorse of conscience is the result. On the other hand, if the love of God increases, the human love decreases and is forgotten. For as they are contrary the one to the other, not only do they not help each other, but the one which predominates suppresses the other, and strengthens itself, as philosophers explain it. And so our Saviour tells us in the Gospel, saying, "That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit." That love which grows out of sensuality ends in the same, and that which is spiritual ends in the Spirit of God, and increases it in the soul. This is the difference between these two affections, whereby we may distinguish between them. When the soul enters into the obscure night, these affections are ruled by reason. That night strengthens and purifies the affection which is according to God, and removes, destroys, or mortifies the other. In the beginning, both are lost sight of, as I shall explain hereafter. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 5, of the Imperfection of Anger. Many beginners, because of their inordinate appetite for spiritual sweetness, generally commit many imperfections in the matter of anger. For when spiritual things minister to them no more sweetness and delight, they naturally become peevish, and in that bitterness of spirit prove a burden to themselves in all they do. Trifles make them angry, and they are at all times intolerable to all about them. This happens to them generally after great sweetness in prayer, and so, when that sensible sweetness is past and gone, their natural temper is soured and rendered morose. They are like a babe weaned from the breast, which he found so sweet. When this natural feeling of displeasure is not permitted to grow, there is no sin, but only imperfection, which will have to be purged away in the hardship and aridities of the obscure night. There are spiritual persons, too, who fall into another kind of anger. They are angry with other people's faults, with a sort of unquiet zeal for censure. They are occasionally moved to blame them, and even do so with anger, constituting themselves guardians of virtue. All this is contrary to spiritual meekness. Others, again, when they detect their own imperfections, become angry at themselves with an impatience that is not humble. They are so impatient with their shortcomings that they would be saints in a day. Many of these form many and grand resolutions, but, being self-confident and not humble, the more they resolve, the more they fall, and the more angry at themselves they become. They have not patience enough to wait for God's help. This is also opposed to spiritual meekness. There is no perfect remedy for this but in the obscure night. There are, however, some people who are so patient and who advance so slowly in the desire for spiritual progress that God wishes they were not so patient. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 6, of the Imperfections of Spiritual Gluttony. I have much to say of the fourth capital sin, which is spiritual gluttony, for there is scarcely one among beginners, however well he may go on, who does not fall into many of the imperfections connected with this sin, in his case owing to that sensible sweetness which is at first to be found in spiritual exercises. Many beginners, delighting in the sweetness and joy of their spiritual occupations, strive after spiritual sweetness rather than after pure and true devotion, which is that which God regards and accepts in the whole course of the spiritual way. For this reason, over and above their imperfection in seeking after sweetness in devotion, that spirit of gluttony, which has taken possession of them, forces them to overstep the limits of moderation, within which virtue is acquired and consists. For, allured by the delights they then experience, some of them kill themselves by penances, and others weaken themselves by fasting. They take upon themselves more than they can bear, without rule or advice. They conceal their austerities from those whom they are bound to obey, and some even practice them when they are expressly commanded to abstain. These are full of imperfections, unreasonable people, who undervalue submission and obedience, which is the penance of reason and judgment, and therefore a more acceptable and sweet sacrifice unto God than all the acts of bodily penance. Bodily penance is full of imperfections when the penance of the will is neglected, for men undertake it merely for the sweetness which attends it. Inasmuch then as all extremes are vicious, and as in this course of conduct men follow their own will, the consequences are that they grow in vice, and not in virtue. At least they minister to their spiritual gluttony and pride, for they do not walk in the way of obedience. The devil so deceives many of them by exciting their gluttony through this sweetness, which he increases, that, since they cannot obey, they either change or vary or add to what is commanded them. So hard and bitter is obedience become. The evil has so grown upon some that they lose all desire to do their spiritual duties the instant obedience enjoins them, because their sole satisfaction consisted in following their own inclinations, which, in their case, had better, perhaps, have been unattended to. Many of these importune their spiritual directors to allow them to do what they have set their minds upon. They extort that permission by force, and if it be refused, they mope like children, and become discontented. They think they are not serving God whenever they are thwarted in their wishes. These persons, clinging to sweetness and their own will, the moment they are contradicted and directed according to the will of God, become fretful, faint-hearted, and then fall away. They imagine that to please and gratify themselves is to serve and please God. Others also there are, who, by reason of this spiritual gluttony, are so ignorant of their own meanness and misery, and so insensible to that loving fear and reverence due to the majesty of God, that they are not afraid to insist on being allowed by their confessors to confess and communicate frequently. And what is much worse, they very often dare to communicate without the leave and approbation of the minister and steward of Christ, purely out of their own head, and conceal the fact from their director. This eagerness for communion makes them confess themselves carelessly, for they are more anxious to communicate anyhow than to communicate in pureness and perfection. It would be more profitable for them, and a holier course, to entreat their confessors not to enjoin such frequent communions, though the better way between these two extremes is to be humble and resigned. This excessive boldness leads to great evil, and men may well be in fear of some chastisement for their rashness. These persons, when they communicate, strive with all their might to find some sensible sweetness in the act, instead of worshipping in humility and praising God within themselves. So much are they given up to this, that they think, when they derive no sensible sweetness from communion, that they have done nothing. So meanly do they think of God. Neither do they understand that the best of the blessings of the most holy sacrament is that which touches the senses, and that the invisible grace it confers is far greater. For God frequently withholds these sensible favors from men, that they may fix the eyes of faith upon Himself. But these persons will feel and taste God as if He were palpable and accessible to them, not only in communion, but in all their other acts of devotion. All this is a very great imperfection, and directly at variance with the requirements of God, which demand the purest faith. They conduct themselves in the same way when they are praying, for they imagine that the whole business of prayer consists in sensible devotion, and this they strive to obtain with all their might,
wearing out their brains and perplexing all the faculties of their souls. When they miss that sensible devotion, they are cast down, thinking they have done nothing. This effort after sweetness destroys true devotion and spirituality, which consist in perseverance in prayer, with patience and humility, mistrusting self solely to please God. And therefore, when they once miss their accustomed sweetness in prayer, or in any other act of religion, they feel a sort of repugnance to resume it, and sometimes cease from it altogether. In short, they are like children who are not influenced by reason, but by their inclinations. They waste themselves in the search after spiritual consolation, and are never satisfied with reading good books, taking up one meditation after another, in the pursuit of sensible sweetness in the things of God. God refuses it to them most justly, wisely, and lovingly, for if He did not, this spiritual gluttony on their part would grow into great evils. For this reason, it is most expedient that they should enter into the obscure night, that they may be cleansed from this childishness. They who are bent on sensible sweetness labor under another very great imperfection, weakness and remissness on the rugged road of the cross. For the soul that is given to sweetness naturally sets its face against the pain of self-denial. They labor under many other imperfections also, which have their origin here, of which our Lord will heal them in due time, through temptation, aridities, and trials, elements of the obscure night. I will not enlarge upon them here, that I may avoid prolixity. But this will I say, that spiritual soberness and temperance produce a far different temper of mortification, of fear and submission in all things, showing us that the perfection and value of things consist not in the multitude thereof, but in knowing how to deny ourselves in them. Spiritual men must labor after this with all their might, until it shall please God to purify them by leading them into the obscure night. And I hasten on with the description of these imperfections, that I may enter on the explanation of it. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the imperfections of envy and spiritual sloth. Beginners are not free from many imperfections in the matter of envy and spiritual sloth. Many of them are wont to experience emotions of displeasure at the contemplation of other men's goodness. They are sensibly afflicted when others outstrip them on the spiritual road. They cannot endure to hear them praised. They are vexed with other men's virtues, and are sometimes unable to restrain themselves from contradiction when they are commended. They depreciate them as much as they can, and feel acutely because they are not thought so well of themselves, for they wish to be preferred above all others. All this is at variance with that charity of which the Apostle says, "It rejoiceth with the truth." If charity admits of envy at all, it is a holy envy that makes us grieve that we have not the virtues that others have, but still rejoicing that they have them, and glad that others outstrip us in the race, that they may serve God, we being so full of imperfection ourselves. As to spiritual sloth, beginners are wont to find their most spiritual occupations irksome, and they avoid them therefore as repugnant to their desire for sensible sweetness. For being addicted to it in spiritual things, they loathe them when this sweetness fails. If they miss but once their accustomed sweetness in prayer, it is expedient that God should deprive them of it at last. They will not resume it. At other times they omit it, and return to it with a bad grace. Thus, under the influence of spiritual sloth, they turn aside from the way of perfection, which is the denial of their will and pleasure for God, preferring to it the gratification of their own will, which they serve herein rather than the will of God. Many of these will have it that God should will what they will, and are afflicted when they must will what He wills, and reluctantly submit their own to His will. The result is that they frequently imagine that what is not according to their will is also not according to the will of God, and, on the other hand, that what pleases them is also pleasing unto God. They measure Him by themselves, and not themselves by Him, in direct contradiction to the teaching of the gospel. He that shall lose his life for my sake shall find it. That is, he who shall give up his own will for God shall have it, and he who will have it, he shall have it never. They also find it wearisome to obey when they are commanded to do what they like not, and because they walk in the way of consolation and spiritual sweetness, they are too weak for the rough trials of perfection. They are like persons delicately nurtured, who avoid with heavy hearts all that is hard and rugged, and are offended at the cross wherein the joys of the Spirit consist. The more spiritual the work they have to do, the more irksome do they feel it to be. And because they will walk at their ease, gratifying their will along the spiritual road, to enter on the straight way that leadeth unto life is repugnant to their feelings and produces heaviness of heart. Let this account of the many imperfections under which they labor, who are in the first state of beginners, suffice to show them how necessary it is for them that God should bring them to the state of proficience, which He effects when He leads them into the obscure night. In that night He weans them from the breasts of sweetness, in pure aridities in interior darkness, cleanses them from all these imperfections and childish ways, and by a way most difficult from their own, makes them grow in virtue. After all our exertions to mortify ourselves in our actions and passions, our success will not be perfect, or even great, until God Himself shall do it for us in the purgation of the obscure night. May God be pleased to give me His light, that I may speak profitably of this. For I have great need of it while treating of a night so obscure and a subject so difficult. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 8. Explanation of the first line of the first stanza. In an obscure night. In an obscure night. This night, I have already said that it is contemplation, produces in spiritual men two sorts of darkness or purgations conformable to the two divisions of man's nature into sensitive and spiritual. Thus one night, or sensitive purgation, wherein the soul is purified or detached, will be of the senses, harmonizing them with the spirit. The other is that night, or spiritual purgation, wherein the soul is purified or detached in the spirit, and which harmonizes and disposes the soul for union with God in love. The sensitive night is common, and the lot of many. These are the beginners, of whom I shall first speak. The spiritual night is the portion of very few, and they are those who have made some progress, exercised therein, of whom I shall speak hereafter. The first night, or purgation, is bitter and terrible to sense. The second is not to be compared with it, for it is much more awful to the spirit, as I shall soon show. But as the night of sense is the first in order and in fact, I shall discuss it briefly, for being of ordinary occurrence, it is the matter of many treatises, that I may proceed with the discussion of the spiritual night, of which very little has been said, either by word of mouth or in writing, and of which little is known, even by experience. As the conduct of beginners in the way of God is mean, in harmony with their tastes and self-love, and as God wills their advancement, and to draw them out of their mean way of loving Him to the heights of the divine love, to rescue them from the groveling work of sense and reflections, where they so scantily and unseemlily feel after Him, to elevate them to the practice of spirituality, where they may commune with Him more fully, and in greater freedom from their imperfections, being now experienced in the ways of virtue, persevering in meditation and prayer, through the sweetness of which they have been able to disentangle their affections from the things of this world, and acquired some spiritual strength so as to curb their desires, and being now capable of bearing their burdens and enduring aridities, without going back to that more pleasant time when their spiritual exercises abounded in delights, and when the sun of divine favors shone more clearly upon them as they think, God changes that light into darkness, and seals up the door of the fountain of the sweet waters of the Spirit, which they tasted in God as often and as long as they wished. For when they were weak and tender, this door was then not shut, as it is written, Behold, I have given before thee an opened door, which no man can shut, because thou hast a little strength, and hast kept my word, and hast not denied my name. Now, at last, God leaves them in darkness so deep that they know not whither to betake themselves with their imaginations and reflections. They cannot now advance a single step with their meditation, as they did before, the inward sense being, as it were, suffocated in that night, and abandoned to dryness so great that they have no more any joy or sweetness in their spiritual exercises, as they had before, and in their place they now find nothing but insipidity and bitterness. For now God, looking upon them as somewhat grown in grace, weans them from the breasts that they may become strong, and cast their swaddling clothes aside. He carries them in his arms no longer, and shows them how to walk alone. All this is strange to them, for all things seem to go against them. Recollected persons enter the obscure night sooner than others, after they have begun their spiritual course, because they are kept at a greater distance from the occasions of falling away, and because they correct more quickly their worldly desires, which it is requisite to do even at the commencement of the blessed night of sense. In general, there elapses no great length of time after they have begun before they enter the night of sense, and most of them do enter it, because they generally suffer aridities. The Holy Scriptures throughout, but especially in the Psalms and the prophetical books, furnish many illustrations of the night of sense. It is so common. But, to avoid prolixity, I omit them for the present, though in the course of my treatise I shall have occasion to make use of some of them. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 9, of the signs by which it may be known that the spiritual man is walking in the way of this night, or sensitive purgation. But as these aridities may frequently proceed, not from this night and purgation of the sensitive appetite, but from sin and imperfection, from weakness or lukewarmness, from some physical derangement or bodily indisposition, I shall here propose certain signs by which we may ascertain whether a particular aridity proceeds from the purgation of sense or from any of the sources I have just enumerated. There are 3 chief signs. The first is when men find no comfort in the things of God, and none also in created things. For when God leads the soul into the obscure night in order to wean it from sweetness and to purge away its sensitive desires, he does not allow it to find sweetness or comfort anywhere. It is then probable in such a case that this aridity is not the result of sin or of imperfections recently committed, for if it were, we should feel some inclination or desire for other things than those of God. Whenever we give reins to our desires in the way of any imperfection, our desires are instantly attracted to it, be it much or little, in proportion to the affection we regard it with. But still, inasmuch as this absence of pleasure in the things of heaven and of earth may proceed from bodily indisposition or a melancholy temperament, which frequently cause dissatisfaction in all things, the second sign and condition become necessary. The second sign and condition of this purgation are that the memory dwells ordinarily upon God with a painful anxiety and carefulness. The soul thinks it is not serving God, but going backwards, because it is no longer conscious of any sweetness in the things of God. In that case, it is clear that this weariness of spirit and aridity are not the results of weakness and tepidity. For the peculiarity of tepidity is the absence of great application to, and of inferior solicitude for, the things of God. There is, therefore, a great difference between aridity and lukewarmness, for the latter consists in great remissness of the will and resolution, and in the want of all solicitude about serving God. But the purgative aridity is accompanied in general by a painful anxiety, because the soul thinks that it is not serving God. Though this be occasionally increased by constitutional melancholy, so it sometimes happens, yet it is not for that reason without its purgative effects on the desires, because the soul is deprived of all sweetness, and its sole anxieties are referred to God. For when mere bodily indisposition is the case, all that it does is to cause distrust and the ruin of the physical constitution, without those desires of serving God which belong to the purgative aridity. In this aridity, though the sensitive part of man be greatly depressed, weak and sluggish in good works, by reason of the little satisfaction they furnish, the spirit is, nevertheless, ready and strong. The cause of this aridity is that God transfers to the spirit the goods and energies of the senses, which, having no natural fitness for it, become dry, parched up, and empty. For the sensitive nature of man is not naturally adapted for that which belongs to the spirit simply. Thus the spirit having been tasted, the flesh becomes insipid and remiss, but the spirit, having received its proper nourishment, becomes strong, more vigilant and careful than before, lest there should be any negligence in serving God. At first it is not conscious of any spiritual sweetness and delight, but rather of aridities and distaste, because of the novelty of the change. The spiritual palate, having been accustomed to sensible sweetness, the eyes of the soul are still fixed upon it. And because the spiritual palate is not prepared and purified for so delicious a taste until it shall have been for some time disposed for it in this arid and obscure night, it cannot taste of the spiritual good, but rather of aridity and distaste, because it misses that which it enjoyed with so much facility before. These, whom God begins to lead through the solitudes of the wilderness, resemble the children of Israel, who, though God began to feed them, as soon as they were come into the wilderness with the manna of heaven, which, serving every man's will, was turned to what every man liked, were more sensible to the loss of the onions and flesh of Egypt, for their taste had been formed to them and had revelled in them, than to the delicious sweetness of the angelical food. So in the midst of the manna they wept and bewailed the flesh pots of Egypt, saying, "We remember the fish that we ate in Egypt, free cost. The cucumbers come into our mind, and the melons, and the leeks, and the onions, and the garlic. Our appetite becomes so depraved that we long for miserable trifles, and loathe the unchangeable good of heaven." But when these aridities arise in the purgative way of the sensitive appetite, though the spirit is at first without any sweetness, for the reasons I have given, yet it is conscious of strength and energy to act, because of the substantial nature of its interior food, which is the commencement of contemplation, obscure and dry to the senses. This contemplation is in general secret, and unknown to him who is admitted into it. Together with this aridity and emptiness, the soul feels a longing for solitude and repose, being unable to fix the thoughts on anything distinctly, or even to desire to do so. Now, if they who are in this state knew how to be quiet, to disregard every interior and exterior work, the accomplishment of which they labor after, and to be without solicitude about everything but the resignation of themselves into the hands of God, and a loving interior obedience to His voice, they would have, in this tranquility, a most delicious taste of interior refreshing. This refreshing is so delicate that, in general, it eludes our perceptions if we are in any degree anxious to feel it, for it works in the soul when most tranquil and free, and is like the air, which vanishes whenever we shut our hands to grasp it. The words of the bridegroom, which he addressed to the bride, are applicable to this matter. Turn away thy eyes from me, for they have made me flee away. Such is God's way of bringing the soul into this state. The road by which he leads it is so different from the first that if it will do anything in its own strength, it will hinder rather than aid his work. The matter was far otherwise once. The reason is this: God works in the soul in the state of contemplation, that is, when it advances from meditation to the state of the proficience, in such a way as to seem to have bound up all the interior faculties, leaving no support in the intellect, no sweetness in the will, no reflections in the memory. Therefore, at this time, all that the soul can do of itself ends only in disturbing the interior peace, and hindering the work which God is carrying on in the spirit amid the dryness of sense. This peace, being spiritual and delicate, affects a work that is quiet and delicate, pacific and utterly alien to the former delights, which were most palpable and sensible. This is that peace of which the psalmist spoke when he said, God will speak in me, for he will speak peace unto his people. This brings us to the third sign. The third sign we have for ascertaining whether this aridity be the purgation of sense is an inability to meditate and make reflections, and to excite the imagination, as before, notwithstanding all the efforts we may make. For God begins now to communicate himself, no longer through the channel of sense, as he did formerly in consecutive reflections, by which we arranged and divided our knowledge, but in pure spirit, which admits not of successive ideas, and in an act of pure contemplation, to which neither the interior nor the exterior senses of our lower nature can ascend. Hence it is that the fancy and the imagination cannot support or commence any reflections, nor use them ever afterwards. It is understood here that this embarrassment and aversion of the senses does not arise out of any bodily ailment. When it arises from this, the indisposition, which is always changeable, having ceased, the powers of the soul recover their former energies, and find their previous satisfactions at once. It is otherwise in the purgation of the appetite, for as soon as we enter upon this, the inability to make our meditations continually grows. It is true that this purgation is not continuous in some persons, for they are not altogether without sensible sweetness and comfort. Their weakness renders their rapid weaning inexpedient. Nevertheless, it grows upon them more and more, and the operations of sense diminish, if it be that they are advancing to perfection. They, however, who are not walking in the way of contemplation, meet with a very difficult treatment, for the night of aridities is not continuous with them. They are sometimes in it, and sometimes not. They are at one time unable to meditate, and at another able as before. God leads these persons into this night only to try them and to humble them, and to correct their desires, that they may not grow up spiritual gluttons, and not for the purpose of leading them into the spiritual way, which is contemplation. God does not elevate to perfect contemplation every one that is tried in the spiritual way, and he alone knoweth why. Hence it is that these persons are never wholly weaned from the breasts of meditations and reflections, but only at intervals and at certain seasons. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 10. How they are to conduct themselves who have entered the obscure night. During the aridity of the night of sense, when God effects the change of which I have spoken, when he leads the soul out of the way of sense into that of the spirit, from meditation to contemplation, where it is helpless so far as its own powers are concerned. Spiritual persons have to endure great afflictions, not so much because they are in the state of aridity, but because they are afraid that they have missed the way, thinking that they are spiritually ruined and that God has forsaken them, only because they find no support or consolation in holy things. Under these circumstances, they weary themselves and strive, as they were wont, to fix the powers of the soul with some satisfaction upon some object of meditation. They think when they cannot do this, and are not conscious of their labor, that they are doing nothing, but with great dislike and interior unwillingness on the part of the soul, which enjoys its state of quietness and rest. While they change from one condition, they make no progress in the other, because by exerting their own spirit, they lose that spirit which they had in tranquility and peace. They are like a man who does his work over again, or who goes out of a city that he may enter it once more, or who lets go what he has caught in hunting that he may hunt it again. Their labors are in vain, for they will find nothing, and that because they are turning back to their former habits. Under these circumstances, if they meet with no one who understands their case, these persons fall away and abandon the right road, or become weak, or at least put hindrances in the way of their further advancement, because they make efforts to proceed in their former way of meditation, fatiguing their natural powers beyond measure. They think that their state is the result of negligence or of sin. All their efforts are now in vain, because God is leading them by another and a very difficult road, that of contemplation. Their first road was that of discursive reflection, but no imagination or reasoning can reach the second. It behooves those who find themselves in this condition to take courage and persevere in patience, but put their confidence in God, who never forsakes those who seek Him with a pure and upright heart. Neither will He withhold from them all that is necessary for them on this road until He brings them to the clear and pure light of love, which He will show them in that other obscure night of the Spirit, if they shall merit an entrance into it. The conduct to be observed by spiritual men in the night of sense is this: let them in no wise have recourse to meditations, for the time is now past, and let them leave their soul in quietness and repose, though they may think they are doing nothing, that they are losing time, and that their tepidity is the reason of their unwillingness to employ their thoughts. They will do enough if they keep patience and persevere in prayer. All they have to do is to keep their soul free, unembarrassed, and at rest from all thoughts and all knowledge, not anxious about what they shall think or meditate, contenting themselves with directing their attention lovingly and calmly towards God, and all this without anxiety or effort, or immoderate desire to feel and taste His presence. For all such efforts disquiet the soul, and distract it from the calm repose and sweet tranquility of contemplation belonging to their present state. And though they may have many scruples that they are wasting time, and that it may be better for them to betake themselves to some other occupation, seeing that in prayer and meditation they are becoming helpless, yet let them be patient with themselves, and remain quiet, for what they are uneasy about is their own satisfaction and liberty of spirit. If they were now to exert their interior faculties, they would only impede and ruin the good which, in that repose, God is working in the soul. For if a man, while sitting for his portrait, cannot be still, but moves about, the painter will never depict his face, and even what he may have done will be spoiled. So when the soul interiorly reposes, every action and passion, or anxious consideration at that time, will distract and disturb it, and make it feel the dryness and emptiness of sense. The more efforts it makes to acquire support in affection and knowledge, the more it will feel the deficiency which cannot now be supplied in that way. It is therefore expedient for the soul which is in this condition not to be troubled because its faculties have become useless. Yea, Rather it should desire that they may become so quickly. For by offering no impediment to the operation of infused contemplation, to which God is now admitting it, the soul is refreshed in peaceful abundance, and set on fire with the spirit of love, which this obscure and secret contemplation induces and establishes within it. Still, I do not mean to lay down a general rule for the cessation from meditation. That should occur when meditation is no longer feasible, and only then, when our Lord, either in the way of purgation or affliction, or of the most perfect contemplation, shall make it impossible. At other times, and on other occasions, this support must be had recourse to, namely, meditation on the life and passion of Christ, which is the best means of purification, and of patience, and of security on the road, and an admirable aid to the highest contemplation. Contemplation is nothing else but the secret, pacific, and loving infusion of God, which, if it be admitted, will set the soul on fire with the spirit of love, as I shall show in the explanation of the following verse. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 11. Stanza 1. With anxious love inflamed. The burning fire of love, in general, is not felt at first, for it has not begun to burn, either because of our natural want of purity, or because the soul, not understanding its own state, has not given it a peaceful rest within itself. Sometimes, however, whether that be the case or not, a certain anxiety about God arises, and the more it grows, the more the soul feels itself touched and inflamed with the love of God, without knowing how or whence that feeling arises, except that at times this burning so inflames that it longs earnestly after God. David in this night said of himself, "My heart hath been inflamed, and my reins have been changed, and I am brought to nothing, and I knew not." That is, my heart hath been inflamed in the love of contemplation. My reins, that is, my tastes and affections also, have been changed from the sensitive to the spiritual way by this holy dryness, and in my cessation from them all. And I am brought to nothing, and I knew not. The soul, as I have just said, not knowing the way it goeth, sees itself brought to nothing as to all things of heaven and earth, wherein it delighted before, and on fire with love, not knowing how. And because occasionally this fire of love grows in the spirit greatly, the longings of the soul for God are so deep that the very bones seem to dry up in that thirst, the bodily health to wither, the natural warmth and energies to perish in the intensity of that thirst of love. The soul feels it to be a living thirst. Such also was the feeling of David when he said, "My soul hath thirsted after the strong living God." It is as if he had said, "My thirst is a strong living thirst." We may say of this thirst that being a living thirst, it kills. Though this thirst is not continuously, but only occasionally, violent, nevertheless it is always felt in some degree. I commenced by observing that this love, in general, is not felt at first, but only the aridity and emptiness of which I am speaking. And then, instead of love, which is afterwards enkindled, what the soul feels amidst its aridities and the emptiness of its faculties is a general painful anxiety about God, and a certain misgiving that it is not serving Him. But a soul anxious and afflicted for His sake is a sacrifice pleasing unto God. Secret contemplation keeps the soul in this state of anxiety, until, in the course of time, having purged the sensitive nature of man, in some degree, of its natural forces and affections by means of the aridities it occasions, it shall have kindled within it this divine love. But in the meantime, like a sick man in the hands of his physician,
All it has to do in the obscure night and dry purgation of the desire is to suffer, healing its many imperfections and practicing many virtues, that it may become meet for this divine love, of which I speak while explaining the following line. O happy lot! When God establishes the soul in the obscure night, that he may purify, prepare, and subdue its inferior state, and unite it to the Spirit, by depriving it of light, and causing it to cease from meditation, as he afterwards establishes it also in the spiritual night, that he may purify the spirit, and prepare it for union with God, the soul acquires such great advantages, though it seems not so, that it looks upon it as a great happiness to have escaped from the bondage of the senses in that happy night, and therefore it sings, O happy lot! It is necessary now for us to point out the benefits which accrue to the soul in this night, and for the sake of which it pronounces itself happy in having passed through it. All these benefits are comprised in these words, Forth unobserved I went. This going forth of the soul is to be understood of that subjection to sense under which it labored when it was seeking after God in weak, limited, and fitful ways, for such are the ways of man's sensitive nature. It then fell at every step into 1,000 imperfections and ignorances, as I showed while speaking of the 7 capital sins, from all of which the spiritual man is delivered in the obscure night which quenches all desire in all things whatsoever, and deprives him of all his lights in meditation, and brings with it other innumerable blessings towards the acquirement of virtue. It will be a great joy and comfort to him who travels on this road, to observe how that which seems so rugged and harsh, so contrary to spiritual sweetness, works in him so great a good. This good flows from going forth, as to all affections and operations of the soul, from all created things in this obscure night, and journeying towards those which are eternal, which is a great happiness and a great good. In the first place, because the desires are extinguished in all things, and in the second place, because they are few who persevere and enter in at the narrow gate, by the straight way that leadeth to life. How narrow is the gate, and strait is the way that leadeth to life, and few there are that find it. The narrow gate is the night of sense. The soul detaches itself from sense that it may enter into that night, directing itself by faith, which is stranger to all sense, that it may afterwards travel along the straight road of the other night of the Spirit, by which it advances toward God in most pure faith, which is the means of the divine union. This road, because so straight, dark, and terrible, for there is no comparison between its trials and darkness and those of the night of sense, is traveled by very few, but its blessings are so much the more. I proceed now to speak with the utmost brevity of the blessings of the night of sense, that I may pass on to the other. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 12, of the Benefits of the Night of Sense. This night and purgation of the appetite is full of happiness to the soul, involving grand benefits, though it seems as if all were lost. As Abraham made a great feast on the day of Isaac's weaning, so there is joy in heaven when God takes a soul out of its swaddling clothes, when he takes his arms from under it and makes it walk alone, and he denies it the milk of the breast and the delicate food of children, and gives it bread with the crust to eat. When he makes it eat the bread of the strong, which is presented, in the aridities and darkness of sense, to the spirit emptied and dried of all sensible sweetness, namely the bread of infused contemplation. This is the first and principal benefit, from which almost all the others flow. Of these, the first is a knowledge of our own selves and our own vileness. For over and above that this knowledge ordinarily includes those favors which God bestows on the soul, these aridities and emptiness of the faculties as to their former abounding, and the difficulty which good works present, bring the soul to a knowledge of its own vileness and misery, which in the season of prosperity it saw not. This truth is vividly shadowed forth in the book of Exodus. There we read that God, willing to humble the people and bring them to a knowledge of themselves, commanded them to lay aside their ornaments and festival attire, which they ordinarily wore in the wilderness, saying, "Lay aside thy ornaments," that is, lay aside thy holiday garments, and put on thy common vestments, that thou mayest know what treatment thou hast deserved. It is as if he said to the people, "Inasmuch as the ornaments you wear, being those of joy and festivity, are the cause why you think not meanly of yourselves, you really are mean, lay them aside, so that henceforth, clad in vile garments, you may acknowledge that you deserve nothing better, and also who and what you are." Here the soul learns the reality of its own misery, which before it knew not. For in the day of its festivity, when it found great sweetness, comfort, and help in God, it was highly satisfied and pleased, thinking that it rendered some service to God. For though it may not explicitly say so, yet, on account of the satisfaction it feels, some such feeling still clings to it. But when it has put on the garments of heaviness, of aridity, and abandonment, when its previous lights have become darkness, it will then possess in reality that excellent and necessary virtue of self-knowledge, counting itself for nothing, and having no satisfaction in itself, because it sees that of itself it does and can do nothing. This diminished satisfaction with self, and the affliction it feels because it thinks that it is not serving God, God esteems more highly than all its former delights and all its good works, however great they may have been. For then many imperfections and ignorances clung to it. But now in the garb of aridity it derives not only those fruits of which I am speaking, but others also of which I shall presently speak, much more than I can speak of, as from proper source and font of self-knowledge. In the next place, the soul learns to commune with God with more reverence and gentleness, and this is always necessary when it converses with the Most High. Now in its prosperous days of sweetness and consolation, the soul was less observant of reverence, for the favors, of which it was then the object, rendered the appetite somewhat bold with God, and less reverential than it should have been. Thus it was with Moses when he heard the voice of God, for carried away by the delight he felt, he ventured, without further consideration, to draw near, till God commanded him to stop, saying, "Come not nigh hither. Put off the shoes from thy feet." This teaches us how reverently and discreetly, in spiritual detachment, we are to converse with God. When Moses had become obedient to the voice, he remained so reverent and considerate that not only did he refrain from advancing, but, in the words of the Scripture, durst not look at God. For having put off the shoes of desire and sweetness, he recognized profoundly his own meanness in the sight of God, for such a state of mind became him when about to listen to the divine words. The temper of mind to which Job was brought, in order that he might converse with God, was not of that delight and grandeur, such as he had before. God left him in misery, naked on a dunghill, persecuted by his friends, filled with sorrow and grief, covered with worms. Then it was that the Most High, who lifteth up the poor out of the dunghill, was pleased to communicate himself to Job in greater abundance and sweetness, revealing to him the deep mysteries of his wisdom, as he had never done before in the days of Job's prosperity. And now that I am on this subject, I must here point out another great benefit of the obscure night and aridity of the sensitive appetite. It is this: God, verifying the words of the prophet, "Then my light shall rise up in darkness," enlightens the soul, so that it shall confess not only its own misery and meanness, but also His grandeur and majesty. Not only does the extinction of desires and the suppression of sensible joy and consolation purify the intellect for reception of the truth, for sensible joys and desires even of spiritual things obscure and perplex the mind, but the trials and aridities of sense also enlighten and quicken the intellect. As it is written, "Vexation alone shall make you understand what you hear." Vexation shall make us understand how God in His divine wisdom proceeds to instruct a soul, emptied and cleansed, for such it must be before it can be the recipient of the divine influences, in a supernatural way, in the obscure and arid night of contemplation, which He could not do before, when it was given up to its former sweetness and joys. The prophet sets this truth before us with great clearness, saying, "Whom shall He teach knowledge? And whom shall He make to understand the teaching? Them that are weaned from the milk, that are drawn away from the breasts." The temper of mind, then, meet for the divine influence, is not so much the milk of spiritual sweetness, nor the breasts of sweet reflections in the sensitive powers, such as the soul once enjoyed, as the absence of both, the one and the other. And therefore, if we would listen to the voice of the great King with due reverence, the soul must stand upright, and not lean on the affections of sense for support. We must be like the prophet, who said of himself, "I will stand upon my watch, and fix my foot upon the tower, and I will watch to see what will be said to me." To stand upon the watch is to cast off all desires. To fix the foot is to cease from all reflections of sense, that we may behold and understand what God will speak to us. Thus out of this obscure night springs first the knowledge of oneself, and on that, as on a foundation, is built up the knowledge of God. "Let me know myself," saith St. Augustine, "and I shall then know Thee, O my God." As philosophers say, one extreme is known by another. In order to show more fully how effectual is the night of sense, in its aridity and desolation, to enlighten the soul more and more, I produce the words of the psalmist, which so clearly describe the power of this night in bringing men to the knowledge of God. In a desert land, and where there is no way and no water, so in the sanctuary have I come before Thee, to see Thy power and Thy glory. The psalmist does not say, and it is worthy of observation, that his previous sweetness and delight were any dispositions meet for the knowledge of the glory of God, but rather that aridity and weaning from the sensitive faculties, which are here meant by the barren land. Neither does he say that his reflections and meditations on divine things, with which he was once familiar, had led him to the knowledge and contemplation of God's power, but rather his inability to meditate on God, to form reflections by the help of his imagination, which he describes by a land where there is no way. The means, therefore, of attaining to the knowledge of God and of ourselves is the obscure night with all its aridities and emptiness, though not in the fullness of the other night of the Spirit, for this knowledge is, as it were, the beginning of the other. Amid the aridities and emptiness of this night of the desires, the soul acquires also spiritual humility, which is the virtue opposed to the first capital sin, spiritual pride. The humility acquired by self-knowledge purifies the soul from all imperfections into which we fell in the day of our prosperity. For now, seeing ourselves so dried up and miserable, it does not enter into our thoughts, even for a moment, to consider ourselves better than others, or that we have outstripped them on the spiritual road as we did before. On the contrary, we acknowledge that others are better than we are. Out of this grows the love of our neighbors, for we now esteem them, and no longer judge as we used to do, when we looked upon ourselves as exceedingly fervent, and upon others as not. Now we see nothing but our own misery, which we keep so constantly before our eyes that we can look upon nothing else. This state is admirably described by David himself in this obscure night, saying, I was dumb, and was humbled, and kept silence from good things, and my sorrow was renewed. All the good of his soul seemed to him so mean that he could not prevail upon himself to speak of it, and he was silent as to the good of others, because of the pain he felt in the knowledge of his own wretchedness. In this state, too, men are submissive and obedient in the spiritual way, for when we see our own wretchedness, they not only listen to instruction, but desire to have it from anyone who will guide them their steps, and tell them what they ought to do. That presumption which sometimes attended them in their prosperity is now gone. And finally, all those imperfections are swept clean away, to which I referred when I was treating of spiritual pride. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 13. Other Benefits of the Night of Sense. The imperfections of spiritual avarice, under the influence of which the soul coveted all spiritual goods, was never satisfied in the practices of devotion, because of its eagerness for the sweetness it found therein, become now, in this arid and obscure night, sufficiently corrected. For when the spiritual man finds no more sweetness and delight, as he was wont to do, in spiritual things, but rather bitterness and vexation, he has recourse to them with such moderation that he loses now, perhaps through defect, what he lost before through excess. Though, in general, to those who are come to this night, God gives humility and readiness, but without sweetness, in order that they may obey him solely through love. Thus they detach themselves from many things, because they find no more sweetness in them. The soul is purified also from those impurities of spiritual luxury of which I have spoken before, in this aridity and loathing of the senses which it now finds in spiritual things. For those impurities proceed, in general, from the sweetness which flowed occasionally from the spirit into the sense. The imperfections of spiritual gluttony, from which the soul is delivered in the obscure night, have been discussed in a former chapter, though not all, because they cannot be numbered. I shall not enumerate them here, for I wish to conclude the subject of this night, that I may pass on to the other, with regard to which I have serious things to write. Suffice it then to say that the soul, in addition to the benefits already mentioned, gains, in this night, innumerable others in its resistance to spiritual gluttony. It is set free from those imperfections there enumerated, and from many other evils greater than those described, into which too many fall, as we learn by experience, because they have not corrected their desires in the matter of spiritual gluttony. For when God, in this arid and obscure night, so curbs the desire and bridles concupiscence that the soul can scarcely feed it all upon the sensible sweetness of heavenly or earthly things, and this so continuously that the soul corrects, mortifies, and controls its concupiscence and desires, so that the very forces of its passions seem to be broken down, marvelous benefits flow forth from that spiritual temperance, in addition to those I have mentioned. For, through mortifying concupiscence and the desires, the soul dwells in spiritual tranquility and peace, because, where concupiscence and desire have no sway, there is no trouble, but, rather, the peace and consolations of God. Another benefit is this, a perpetual recollection of God, with fear lest we should be going back on the spiritual way. This is a great benefit, and not the least, of aridity in the purgation of the appetite, for the soul is cleansed thereby from those imperfections which disfigured it through the affections and desires, the effect of which is to obscure and deaden the soul. Another great benefit of this night is the practice of many virtues at once, such as patience and long-suffering, which are well tried in these aridities, when men persevere in their spiritual exercises without sweetness or comfort. The love of God is practiced, because men are no longer attracted by sweetness and consolation, but by God only. The virtue of fortitude is also practiced, because amid the hardships, the absence of sweetness, which the soul now endures, it gathers strength from weakness, and so becomes strong. Finally, all the virtues, cardinal, theological, and moral, are practiced amidst these aridities. David tells us from his own experience that the soul gains these 4 benefits in this obscure night, namely, the light of peace, constant recollection of God, pureness of soul, and the practice of all virtues. My soul, saith he, refused to be comforted. I remembered God and was delighted, and was exercised, and my spirit swooned away. He adds also, I meditated in the night with my own heart, and I was exercised, and I swept my spirit clean of all affections. The soul is purified also in this aridity of the desires from the imperfections of envy, anger, and sloth, and acquires the opposite virtues. Softened and humbled by these aridities, by the hardships, temptations, and afflictions which in this night try it, it becomes gentle with God, with itself, and with its neighbors. It is no longer impatiently angry with itself because of its own faults, nor with its neighbors for theirs. Neither does it avoid with a kind of dislike the things of God, nor utter unseemly complaints because he does not perfect his work at once. As to envy, the soul is now charitably disposed towards everyone, and if any remain, it is no longer vicious as before, when the soul was afflicted at the preference shown to others, or at their greater progress. For now it yields to everyone, considering its own misery, and the envy it feels, if it feels any, is a virtuous envy, a desire to emulate them, which is a great virtue. The sloth and weariness now felt in spiritual things are no longer vicious as they were once. They were once the fruit of spiritual delights which the soul experienced at times and sought after when it had them not. But this present weariness proceeds not from the failure of sweetness, for God has taken it all away in this purgation of the appetite. Other innumerable benefits flow from this arid contemplation. For in the midst of these aridities and hardships, God communicates to the soul, when it least expects it, spiritual sweetness, most pure love, and spiritual knowledge of the most exalted kind, of greater worth and profit than any of which it had previous experience, though at first the soul may not think so, for the spiritual influence now communicated is most delicate and imperceptible by sense. Finally, inasmuch as the soul is purified of all affections and sensitive desires, it attains to liberty of spirit, wherein it acquires the 12 fruits of the Holy Ghost. It is also delivered in a most wonderful way from the hands of its 3 enemies, the devil, the world, and the flesh. For when all sensible delight and sweetness are quenched, the devil, the world, and the flesh have no weapons wherewith to assail it. These aridities, then, make the soul love God in all pureness, for now its operations depend no longer upon the pleasure and sweetness which it found in its works, as perhaps was the case when that sweetness was present, but only in the desire it has to please God. The soul is not now presumptuous and self-satisfied, as perhaps it may have been in the day of its prosperity, but timid and diffident of self, deriving no satisfaction whatever from self-contemplation. Herein consists that holy fear by which virtues are preserved and grow. This aridity quenches concupiscence, and subdues our natural spirits. For now, when God infuses from time to time His own sweetness into the soul, it would be strange if it found by any efforts of its own any comfort or sweetness in any spiritual act or practice. The fear of God and anxiety for His service increase in this arid night. For as the beasts of sensuality, which nourished and sustained the desires that clung to them, become dry, nothing remains in that aridity and detachment but an anxious desire to serve Him, which is most pleasing unto God, as it is written, a sacrifice to God is an afflicted spirit. When the soul beholds the many and great benefits which have fallen to its lot in this arid purgation through which it passed, it cries out with truth, O happy lot, forth unobserved I went. I escaped from the bondage and thraldom of my sensitive desires and affections unobserved, so that none of my three enemies were able to hinder me. These enemies of the soul so bind and imprison it, that it cannot go forth out of itself to the liberty of the perfect love of God, by the help of its tastes and desires, without which they can do nothing against it. And therefore, when the four passions of the soul, joy and grief, hope and fear, are subdued by persevering mortifications, when the natural sensitive appetite is lulled by continual aridities, when the concert of the senses is silent, and when the interior powers have ceased from discursive reflections, this is the household of man's lower nature, these enemies cannot hinder the spiritual liberty of the soul, and the house thereof remains tranquil and at rest. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 14. The last line of the stanza explained. My house being now at rest. When the house of sensuality was at rest, that is, when the passions were mortified, concupiscence quenched, the desires subdued and lulled to sleep in the blessed night of sensitive purgation, the soul began to set out on the way of the Spirit, the way of proficience, which is also called the illuminative way, or the way of infused contemplation, wherein God Himself nourishes and refreshes the soul without the help of any active efforts that itself may make. Such, as I have said, is this night and purgation of the senses. But this night, in their case, who are to enter into that more awful night of the Spirit, that they may go forwards to the divine union of the love of God, it is not everyone but only a few who do so in general, is attended with heavy trials and temptations of sense of long continuance, but in some longer than in others. For to some is sent the angel of Satan, the spirit of impurity, to buffet them with horrible and violent temptations of the flesh, to afflict their minds with filthy thoughts, and their imaginations with representations of sin most vividly depicted, which at times becomes an affliction more grievous than death. This night is also occasionally attended by the spirit of blasphemy. The thoughts and conceptions are overrun with intolerable blasphemies, and, at times, suggested to the imagination with such violence as almost to break forth in words. This, too, is a heavy affliction. Again, another spirit, called by the prophet the spirit of giddiness, is sent to torment them. This spirit so obscures their judgment that they are filled with 1,000 scruples and perplexities. They can never satisfy themselves about them, nor submit their judgment therein to the counsel and direction of others. This is one of the most grievous stings and horrors of this night, most like to that which passes in the night of the Spirit. God ordinarily sends these violent storms and temptations in the night of sensitive purgation upon those whom He is about to lead afterwards into the other night, though all do not enter in, that being thus chastened and buffeted, they may prove themselves, dispose and habituate sense and faculties for the union of the divine wisdom to which they are to be then admitted. For if the soul be not tempted, exercised, and tried in temptations and afflictions, the senses thereof will never attain to wisdom. What doth he know, asks the wise man, that hath not been tried? He that hath no experience knoweth little. He that hath not been tried, what manner of things doth he know? Jeremias also bears witness to the same truth, saying, Thou hast chastised me, and I was instructed. The most proper form of this chastening for him who will apply himself unto wisdom are those inferior trials of which I am now speaking. They are the most effectual for purging the sensitive nature from all sweetness and consolations, to which, by reason of our natural infirmities, we are addicted, and most capable of really humbling the soul, that it may be prepared for its coming exaltation. But how long the soul will continue in this fast and penance of sense, no one can with certainty tell. It is not the same in all men, neither are all men subjected to the same temptations. These trials are measured by the divine will, and are proportioned to the imperfections, many or few, which are to be purged away, and also to the degree of union in love to which God intends to elevate a particular soul. That is the measure of its humiliations, both in their intensity and duration. Those who are endowed with the capacity for suffering, and those who have force sufficient to endure, are purified in more intense trials and in less time. But those who are weak are purified very slowly, with weak temptations, and the night of their purgation is long. Their senses are refreshed from time to time, lest they should fall away. These, however, come late to the pureness of their perfection in this life, and some of them never. These persons are not clearly in the purgative night, nor clearly out of it. For though they make no onward progress, yet in order that they may be humble and know themselves, God tries them for a season in aridities and temptations, and visits them with his consolations at intervals, lest they should become faint-hearted, and seek for comfort in the ways of the world. From other souls, still weaker, God, as it were, hides himself, that he may try them in his love. For without this hiding of his face from them, they would never learn how to approach him. But those souls that are to go forwards to so blessed and exalted a state as this in the union of love, however quickly God may lead them, tarry long in general, amidst aridities, as we shall see by experience. Having now brought the first book to a close, I proceed to treat of the second night. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2 of the Night of the Spirit. Chapter 1. The second night, that of the Spirit, when it begins. The soul, which God is leading onwards, enters not into the union of love at once, when it has passed through the aridities and trials of the first purgation and the night of sense. It must spend some time, perhaps years, after quitting the state of beginners, in exercising itself in the state of proficients. In this state, like a man released from a rigorous imprisonment, it occupies itself in divine things with much greater freedom and satisfaction, and its joy is more abundant and interior than it ever experienced in the beginning, before it entered the sensitive night. Its imagination and faculties being no longer tied down, as hitherto, to spiritual thoughts and reflections, it now rises at once to most tranquil and loving contemplation, and finds spiritual sweetness without the fatigue of meditation. But as the purgation of the soul is still somewhat incomplete, the chief part, the purgation of the spirit, being wanting, without which, by reason of the mutual connection between our higher and lower nature, man being an individual, the purgation of sense, however violent it may have been, is not finished and perfect. It will never be without some aridities, darkness, and trials, sometimes much more severe than in the past, which are, as it were, signs and heralds of the coming night of spirit, though not so lasting as that night. For when the days or the season of this tempestuous night have passed, the soul recovers at once its wonted serenity. It is in this way that God purifies some souls whom he does not raise to so high a degree of love as others. He admits them at intervals into the night of contemplation, or spiritual purgation, causing the sun to shine upon them occasionally, and then to hide its face, according to the words of the psalmist. He sendeth his crystal, that is, contemplation, like morsels. These morsels of obscure contemplation are, however, never so intense as is that awful night of contemplation of which I am speaking, and into which God purposely leads the soul, that he may elevate it to the divine union. That sweetness and interior delight, which the proficients find so easily and so plentifully, come now in greater abundance than before, overflowing into the senses more than they were wont to do previous to the sensitive purgation. And as the senses are now more pure, they can taste of the sweetness of the Spirit in their way with greater facility. But since the sensitive part of the soul is weak, without any capacity for the strong things of the Spirit, they who are in the state of proficience are liable, by reason of the spiritual communications which reach to the sensitive part, to great infirmities and sufferings, and physical derangements, and consequently weariness of mind, as it is written, "The corruptible body presseth down the mind." Hence the communications made to these cannot be very strong, intense, or spiritual, such as they are required to be for the divine union with God, because of the weakness and corruption of the sensitive part, which has a share in them. Here are the source of ecstasies, raptures, and dislocation of the bones, which always happen whenever these communications are not purely spiritual, that is, granted to the mind alone, as in the case of the perfect, already purified in the second night of the Spirit. In them these raptures and physical sufferings have no place, for they enjoy liberty of spirit with unclouded and unsuspended senses. To make it clear how necessary it is for proficients to enter into the night of the Spirit, I will now proceed to point out certain imperfections and dangers to which they are liable. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 2, of Certain Imperfections of Proficients. Proficients labor under two kinds of imperfections, one habitual, the other actual. The habitual imperfections are their affections and imperfect habits which still remain, like roots in the mind, where the purgation of sense could not penetrate. The difference between the purgation of them and the others is like the difference between plucking out a root and tearing off a branch, or like removing a fresh and an old stain. For as I have said, the purgation of sense is merely the gate and entrance of contemplation, and serves rather to harmonize sense and spirit than to unite the latter with God. The stains of the old man still remain in the mind, though not visible, and if they be not removed by the strong soap and lye of the purgation of this night, the mind cannot attain to the pureness of the divine union. They suffer also from a certain dullness of mind, and a natural rudeness which every man contracts by sin, a distraction and dissipation of mind which must be refined, enlightened, and made recollected in the sufferings and hardships of this night. All those who have not advanced beyond the state of proficience are subject to these habitual imperfections, which cannot coexist with the perfect state of union with God in love. But all are not subject to actual imperfections in the same way. Some whose spiritual goods are so much on the surface, and so much under the influence of sense, fall into certain improprieties and dangers of which I spoke in the beginning. For as they admit into their minds and senses so many communications, so that they have frequent imaginary and spiritual visions, for this happens together with other spiritual impressions to many of them in this state, wherein the devil and their own proper fancy delude the soul, and as Satan is wont with so much sweetness to insinuate and impress such things upon them, they are easily deluded and influenced by him, because they do not take the precaution to resign themselves into the hands of God, and defend themselves with all their might against these visions and impressions. For now the devil causes them both to believe in vain visions and false prophecies, and to presume that God and his saints are speaking to them. They also frequently believe in their own fancies. Now, too, Satan fills them with pride and presumption. Under the influence of vanity and arrogance, they make a show of themselves in the performance of exterior acts which have an appearance of sanctity, such as ecstasies and other phenomena. They become bold with God, losing holy fear, which is the key and guard of all virtue. Many of them become so entangled in manifold delusions, and so inveterate have their falsehoods grown, that their restoration to the pure road of virtue and real spirituality is exceedingly doubtful. They fall into this miserable condition because, too confident in themselves, they gave way to these spiritual apprehensions and impressions when they began to advance on the road of spirituality. I have much to say of these imperfections, and how much more incurable they are than the others, because they are considered as more spiritual than those which preceded them. But I shall pass on. One thing, however, I must say, to show how necessary for the further advancement of the soul the spiritual night is, that there is no one proficient, however great may be his exertions, who can be free from many of these natural affections and imperfect habits, the purification of which must, as I have said, necessarily precede the divine union. Besides, and I have said it before, inasmuch as the spiritual communications reach also to a lower part of the soul, they cannot be as intense, pure, and strong as it is necessary they should be for the purpose of the divine union. And, therefore, if that is to be attained, the soul must enter the second night of the spirit, where, perfectly detaching sense and spirit from all sweetness and from all these apprehensions, these communications will guide it on the road of obscure and pure faith, the proper and adequate means of union, as it is written, "I will espouse thee to me in faith," that is, I will unite myself to thee in faith. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 3. Introduction. Proficients, then, have had experience of these sweet communications, in order that the sensitive part of the soul, allured and attracted by the spiritual sweetness overflowing into the senses, may be harmonized and united with the spiritual part, both parts having to eat of the same spiritual food, each in its own way, off the same dish of their one individuality, that they might be prepared, united, and conformed for the sufferings of the sharp and rough purgation of the spirit which is before them. In that purgation, two parts of the soul, the spiritual and the sensitive, are to be wholly purified, for neither of them can be perfectly purified without the other, and the purgation of sense is then effectual when that of the spirit commences in earnest. Hence it follows that the night of sense may and should be called a certain reformation and bridling of the appetite rather than purgation, because all the imperfections and disorders of the sensitive part, having their strength and roots in the mind, can never be wholly purged away until the evil habits, rebelliousness, and perverseness of the mind are corrected. Therefore, in this night ensuing, both the parts of the soul are purified together. This is the end for which it was necessary to have passed through the reformation of the first night, and to have attained to that tranquility which is its fruit, in order that, united together in spirit, they may both be purified and suffer together with the greater courage, most necessary for so violent and sharp a purgation. For if the weakness of the inferior part be not redressed, and if it have acquired no courage in God, in the sweet communions with Him subsequently enjoyed, nature would have given way, unprepared for the trials of this night. The intercourse of proficients with God is still most mean, because the gold of the Spirit is not purified or refined. They think and speak of Him as children, and their feelings are those of children, as described by the Apostle. When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. Because they have not yet reached perfection, which is union with God in love. But in the state of perfection, having grown to manhood, they do great things in spirit, all their actions and all their faculties being now rather divine than human, as I shall hereafter explain. For God is stripping them of the old man, and putting on the new, as it is written, Put on the new man, who is created according to God. And again, Be reformed in the newness of your mind. He now denudes the faculties, the affections and feelings, spiritual and sensitive, interior and exterior, leaving the intellect obscure, the will dry, the memory empty, the affections of the soul in profoundest affliction, bitterness, and distress, withholding from the soul the former sweetness it had in spiritual things, that this privation may be one of the principles of which the mind has need, in order that the spiritual form of the Spirit, which is the union of love, may enter into it and be one with it. All this our Lord effects in the soul by means of this pure and obscure contemplation, as it is described in the first stanza. True, I have explained that in the beginning of my work on the night of sense, yet its chief signification belongs to this second night of the Spirit, because that is the chief part of the purification of the soul. I shall, therefore, apply it in this sense, and explain it here again. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 4. The first stanza, spiritually explained. In an obscure night, with anxious love inflamed, O happy lot, forth unobserved I went, my house being now at rest. Taking these words, then, with reference to purgation, contemplation, or detachment, or poverty of spirit, these are, as it were, one and the same thing. They may be thus explained. In poverty, unsupported by any apprehensions, in the obscurity of the intellect, in the conflict of the will, in the affliction and distress of memory, lost in the obscurity in pure faith, which is the obscure night of all the natural faculties, the will alone touched by grief and affliction, by the anxieties of my love of God, I went forth out of myself. I went forth out of myself, out of my low conceptions and lukewarm love, out of my scanty and poor sense of God, without being hindered by the flesh or the devil. This was to me a great blessing, a happy lot, for by annihilating and subduing my faculties, passions, and affections, the instruments of my low conceptions of God, I went forth on the scanty intercourse and operations of my own to those of God. That is, my intellect went forth out of itself, and from human became divine. For united to God in that purgation, it understands no more within its former limits and narrow bounds, but in the divine wisdom to which it is united. My will went forth out of itself, transformed into the divine will, for now, united with the divine love, it loves no more with its former scanty powers and circumscribed capacity, but with the energy and pureness of the divine Spirit. Thus the will acts no more in the things of God in a human way, and the memory also is transformed into the eternal apprehensions of glory. Finally, all the energies and affections of the soul are, in this night in purgation of the old man, renewed into a divine temper and delight. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 5. Obscure contemplation is not a night only, but pain and torment also for the soul. In an obscure night. This obscure night is a certain inflowing of God into the soul, which cleanses it of its ignorance and imperfections, habitual, natural, and spiritual. Contemplatives call it infused contemplation, or mystical theology, whereby God secretly teaches the soul and instructs it in the perfection of love, without efforts on its own part beyond loving attention to God, listening to His voice and admitting the light He sends without understanding how this is infused contemplation. It is the loving wisdom of God that produces special effects in the soul, for it prepares, by enlightening it for union with God in love, that loving wisdom, which by enlightening purifies the blessed spirits, is that which here purifies and enlightens the soul. But it may be said, why do we call the divine light, which enlightens the soul and purges it of its ignorances, the obscure night? I reply, that the divine wisdom is, for two reasons, not night and darkness only, but pain and torment also to the soul. The first is, the divine wisdom is so high that it transcends the capacity of the soul, and therefore is, in that respect, darkness. The second reason is based on the meanness and impurity of the soul, and in that respect the divine wisdom is painful to it, afflictive, and obscure also. To prove the truth of the first reason, we assume a principle of philosophy, namely, the more clear and self-evident divine things are, the more obscure and hidden they are to the soul naturally. Thus, the more clear the light, the more does it blind the eyes of the owl, and the stronger the sun's rays, the greater the darkness of our visual organs. For the sun, in its own strength shining, overcomes them by reason of their weakness and deprives them of the power of seeing. So when the divine light of contemplation shines into the soul, not yet perfectly enlightened, it causes spiritual darkness, because it not only surpasses its strength, but because it obscures it and deprives it of its natural perceptions. It is for this reason that St. Dionysius and other mystic theologians call infused contemplation a ray of darkness, that is, for the unenlightened and unpurified soul, because the great supernatural light of contemplation overcomes the forces of the natural intellect and deprives it of its natural way of understanding. David also hath said the same thing, "Clouds and darkness are round about him." Not that this is so in reality, but in reference to our weak understanding, which, in light so great, becomes obscure and blind, unable to ascend so high. And in another place the same truth is declared. At the brightness that was before him, the clouds passed between him and our understanding. This is the reason why the illuminating ray of hidden wisdom, when God sends it from Himself into the soul not yet transformed, produces obscure darkness in the intellect. This obscure contemplation is, in its beginnings, painful also to the soul. For as the infused divine contemplation contains many excellences in the highest degree, and the soul, which is the recipient, because not yet pure, is involved in many miseries, the result is, as two contraries cannot coexist in the same subject, that the soul must suffer and be in pain, being the subject in which the two contraries meet, and resist each other because of the purgation of the soul from its imperfections, which is being effected by contemplation. I shall show this to be the case by the following induction. In the first place, because the light and wisdom of contemplation is most pure and clear, and because the soul, within which it shines, is impure and dark, that soul which is the recipient must greatly suffer. Eyes afflicted by humours suffer pain when the clear light shines upon them, and the pain of the soul, by reasons of its impurity, is immense when the divine light shines upon it. And when the rays of this pure light strike upon the soul, in order to expel its impurities, the soul perceives itself to be so unclean and miserable that it seems as if God had set Himself against it, and itself were set against God. So grievous and painful is this feeling, for the soul feels as if God had abandoned it, that it was one of the heaviest afflictions of Job when he was in his trial. Why hast thou set me opposite to thee, and I become burdensome to myself? The soul sees distinctly in this clear and pure light, though obscurely, its own impurity, and acknowledges its own unworthiness before God and all creatures. And what pains it still more is the fear it has that it will never cease to be unworthy, and that all its goodness is gone. This is the fruit of that profound depression under which the mind labors in the knowledge and sense of its own wickedness and misery. For now the divine and obscure light reveals to it all its wretchedness, and it sees clearly that of itself it can never be otherwise. To the same effect are the following words of the psalmist: For iniquities thou hast chastised man, and thou hast made his soul pine away as a spider. In the second place, the pain of the soul has its sources in its natural and spiritual weakness. For when the divine contemplation flows within it with a certain vehemence, in order to strengthen it and subdue it, it is then so pained in its weakness as almost to faint away, particularly at those times when the divine contemplation seizes upon it with a greater degree of vehemence. For sense and spirit, as if bowed down by a heavy and dark burden, suffer and groan in agony so great that death itself would be a relief. This was the experience of Job when he cried, I will not that he contend with me with much strength, nor that he oppress me with the weight of his greatness. The soul, bowed down by the burden of oppression, feels itself so removed out of God's favor that it thinks, and it is so in truth, that all things which consoled it formerly have utterly failed it, and that no one is left to pity it. Job, in like circumstances, has said, Have pity upon me, have pity upon me, at least you, my friends, because the hand of the Lord hath touched me. Wonderful and piteous sight! So great are the weakness and impurity of the soul, that the hand of God, so soft and so gentle, is felt to be so heavy and oppressive, though neither pressing nor resting upon it, but merely touching it, and that too in mercy. For he touches the soul not to chastise it, but to lead it to his graces. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 6. Other Sufferings of the Soul in this Night. The third suffering and affliction of the soul is the consequence of the meeting of the two extremes together, the human and the divine. The latter being the purgative contemplation, the human being the soul itself. When the divine touches the soul to renew it and to ripen it so as to make it divine, to detach it from its habitual afflictions and qualities of the old man, to which it clings and adheres most closely, it so breaks and bruises it, swallowing it up in profound darkness, that the soul seems to perish and waste away at the sight of its own wretchedness by a cruel spiritual death. It feels as if it were swallowed up and devoured by a wild beast, suffering the pangs of Jonas in the belly of the whale. For it must lie buried in the grave of this obscure death, that it may attain to the spiritual resurrection for which it hopes. David describes the nature of this pain and suffering, though it really baffles description, saying, The sorrows of death surround me, the sorrows of hell encompassed me. In my affliction I called upon the Lord, and I cried to my God. But the greatest affliction of the soul in this state is the thought that God has abandoned it, of which it has no doubt, that he has cast it away into darkness as an abominable thing. This belief in its own abandonment is a most grievous and pitiable affliction. David experienced the same trials when he said, Like the slain sleeping in the sepulchres, of whom thou art mindful no more, and they are cast off from thy hand. They have laid me in the lower pit, in the dark places, and in the shadow of death. Thy wrath is strong over me, and all thy waves thou hast brought in upon me. For in truth, when the soul is in the pangs of purgative contemplation, the shadow of death and the pangs of hell are most acutely felt, for these consist in the sense of its being without God, that he has abandoned it in his wrath and cast it down beneath the burden of his heavy displeasure. All this and even more the soul feels, for a fearful apprehension has come upon it, that thus it will be with it forever. It also has the same sense of abandonment with respect to all creatures, and that it is an object of contempt to all, especially to its friends. And so the psalmist continues, saying, Thou hast put away my acquaintance far from me. They have set me an abomination to themselves. The prophet Jonas also, as one who had experience of this, both bodily and spiritually, witnesses to the same truth, saying, Thou hast cast me forth into the deep. In the heart of the sea, and a flood hath compassed me. All thy billows and thy waves have passed over me. And I said, I am cast away out of the sight of thine eyes, but yet I shall see thy holy temple again. This is the purgation of the soul, that it may see God. The waters have compassed me about, even to the soul. The deep hath enclosed me. The sea hath covered my head. I went down to the lowest part of the mountains. The bars of the earth have shut me up forever. The bars of the earth are the imperfections of the soul, which prevent it from the enjoyment of this sweet contemplation. The fourth kind of pain is caused by another excellence peculiar to this obscure contemplation, the sense of God's majesty and greatness. This makes the soul conscious of the other extreme, its own poverty and misery, and this is one of the chief sufferings of this purgation. The soul is made conscious of a profound emptiness and an utter destitution of the three kinds of goods, natural, temporal, and spiritual, which are ordained for its comfort. It sees itself in the midst of the opposite evils, miserable imperfections and aridities, its faculties devoid of all apprehensions, and the spirit abandoned in darkness. And, inasmuch as God is now purifying it in its sensitive and spiritual substance, in its interior and exterior powers, it is necessary for it that it should become empty, poor and abandoned, arid, destitute and obscured. For the sensitive part is purified in aridities, the faculties in the absence of all apprehensions, and the spirit in the obscure darkness. Now God effects this by means of obscure contemplation, wherein the soul not only suffers from the absence and suspension of all natural support and apprehensions, which is a most painful trial, like a person held by the throat and suffocated, but all its affections and the imperfect habits contracted in the world are also purged away, annihilated, emptied out of it, or consumed within it, as the rust and mold of metal is burnt away in the fire. But, as these things are most deeply rooted in the soul, the sufferings and interior trials which it has to endure are heavy, and in addition to the destitution and emptiness, natural and spiritual, of which I have spoken. The words of the prophet are now fulfilled. Heap together the bones, which I will burn with fire. The flesh shall be consumed, and the whole mixture shall be sodden, and the bones shall dry away. This describes the path which the soul suffers in the sensitive and spiritual parts when it is in this state of emptiness and poverty. And so the prophet proceeds, saying, Set it also empty upon hot burning coals, that the brass thereof may wax hot and be melted, and let the filth of it be melted in the midst thereof, and let the rust thereof be consumed. This is the heavy trial of the soul in the purifying fires of contemplation. The prophet says that, in order to purge away and consume the filth of the afflictions which are within the soul, it is necessary for it, in a certain way, to be annihilated and undone, because its passions and affections have become natural to it. And therefore the soul, because it is purified in this furnace, like gold in a crucible, according to the words of wisdom, as gold in the furnace he hath proved them, feels itself consumed away in its innermost substance, in this absolute poverty wherein it is as if it were lost. This truth is clearly taught us by the psalmist, saying, Save me, O God, for the waters are come in even unto my soul. I stick fast in the deep mire, and there is no sure standing. I am come into the depth of the sea, and a tempest hath overwhelmed me. I am weary of crying, my jaws are made hoarse, my eyes have failed, whilst I hope in my God. Here God is humbling the soul, that he may exalt it hereafter, and if it were not his will that these feelings, when they rise, should be quickly lulled again, the soul would almost immediately depart from the body, but they occur only at intervals, in their greatest violence. They are occasionally so acute that the soul seems to see hell and perdition open before it. They who are in this state are those who go down alive into hell, and have their purgatory in this life, for this is the purgation to be endured there for venial sins. And thus he who passes through this state in the present life, and is purified, either enters not into purgatory, or is detained there but a moment, for 1 hour here is more than many there. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 7. The same subject continued. Other afflictions and trials of the will. The afflictions of the will and its trials here are also immense. They occasionally pierce the soul with a sudden recollection of the evils that environ it, and of the uncertainty of any relief. To this is superadded the memory of past happiness, for souls of this kind, when they enter into the night, have, generally, had much sweetness in God, and served him greatly. But now, to see themselves strangers to so much happiness, and unable to recover it, causes them the greatest affliction. This was the experience of Job also, for he said, I, sometime that wealthy one, suddenly am broken. He hath held my neck, broken me, and set me to himself, as it were a mark. He hath compassed me with his spears, he hath wounded my loins, he hath not spared, and hath poured out my bowels on the earth. He hath torn me with wound upon wound, he hath rushed in upon me like a giant. I have sewed sackcloth upon my skin, and have covered my flesh with ashes. My face is swollen with weeping, and my eyelids are dim. So many and so great are the torments of this night, and so many are the illustrations of them furnished by the holy writings, that time and strength would fail me, were I to attempt to enumerate them. For beyond all doubt, all that can be said of them will fall short, and the illustration before us will enable us to form conjecture as to the others. And now, to conclude the subject of the first line of the stanza, and to show what this night is to the soul, I will repeat here what the prophet Jeremiah has said of it. I am the man that sees my poverty in the rod of his indignation. He hath led and brought me into darkness, and not into light. Only against me he hath turned again and again his hand all the day. He hath made my skin and my flesh old, he hath broken my bones. He hath built around me, and he hath compassed me with gall and hardship. In dark places he hath placed me as the everlasting dead. He hath built round about against me, that I go not forth. He hath made my fetters heavy. Yes, and when I cry and ask, he shutteth out my prayer. He hath shut up my ways with square stones. He hath made my path crooked. He is come to me as a bear lying in wait, as a lion in secret places. He hath turned aside my paths, and hath broken me. He hath made me desolate. He hath bent his bow, and hath sent me a mark for the arrow. He hath shot into my reins the daughters of his quiver. I am made a laughingstock to all my people, their song all the day. He hath filled me with bitterness. He hath inebriated me with wormwood, and he hath broken my teeth one by one. He hath fed me with ashes, and my soul is repelled from peace. I have forgotten good things, and I said, my end and my hope is perished from the Lord. Remember my poverty and transgression, the wormwood and the gall. I am mindful and remember, and my soul languisheth within me. These lamentations of the prophet, which so vividly depict the sufferings of the soul, refer to those trials and afflictions which come upon it in this purgation and spiritual night. That soul is worthy of all compassion which God leads into this dreadful and horrible night. For, although it is well within it because of the great blessing in store, and of which this night is the source, since God will raise up good things for it out of this darkness, and bring light over the shadow of death, as it is written, He discovereth deep things out of darkness, and bringeth up to light the shadow of death, so that His light shall be as extensive as the darkness that is past. The darkness thereof and the light thereof are alike. Nevertheless, on account of the immense sufferings it endures, and the great uncertainty of any relief, for it imagines that its calamities will never come to an end, God having made it to dwell in darkness as those that have been dead of old, the spirit is in anguish within it, and the heart within it is troubled. Its condition is one of deep suffering, and greatly to be pitied. Besides, the soul derives now no consolation from the advice that may be given it, or from its spiritual director, because of the loneliness and desolation which overwhelm it in this obscure night. Though its confessor may set before it in many ways the grounds of comfort which are to be had in the blessings which these its sufferings imply, yet the soul will not believe him. For being absorbed in the sense of the evils that environ it, and seeing clearly its own misery, it imagines that its spiritual director, not seeing what itself sees and feels, speaks as he does without comprehending its case. It is pained anew instead of being comforted, for it considers that his counsel is no remedy of the evil it suffers from, which is most true, for no relief, no remedy is possible for that pain. This is the more so, inasmuch as the soul is powerless here, like a prisoner in his dark cell, bound hand and foot, unable to move or see, and shut out from all help whatever, until our Lord shall have accomplished the purgation of the soul in His own way, until the spirit is softened, humbled, and purified, until it becomes so refined, simple, and pure as to become one with the Spirit of God in that degree of the union of love which He in His mercy intends for it, and corresponding to which is the greater or less violence, the longer or shorter duration of this purgation. But if this purgation is to be real, it will last, notwithstanding its vehemence, for some years, but admitting of intermissions and relief, during which, by the dispensations of God, the obscure contemplation, divested of its purgative form and character, assumes that of the illuminative and of love. Under this form of it, the soul, like one escaped from the dungeons of its prison into the comfort of space and freedom, enjoys the sweetness of peace and the loving tenderness of God in the flowing abundance of spiritual communications. This is to the soul a sign of the spiritual health which is being wrought within by this purgation, and a foretaste of the abundance it hopes for. So much so is this at times that it thinks all its trials are over. For such is the nature of spiritual things, when they are most purely spiritual, that when trials return, the soul thinks they will never end, and that all its goodness has perished, and when it prospers in its spiritual course, it thinks that all its calamities are past, and that it shall always abound in good things. Thus it was with David when he said, "In my abundance I said, I shall never be moved." The reason of this
is that the actual enjoyment of one thing in the mind is inconsistent with the enjoyment of its contrary. But this is not the case quite in the sensitive part of the soul, because of the weakness of its apprehensions. But as the spirit is not yet wholly purified and cleansed from the afflictions of the inferior nature, though more resolute and consistent now, it is still liable to pains, so far as it is under the dominion of these affections. This is evident in the life of David, for when his state changed, he was in affliction, though he had said in the day of prosperity, "I shall never be moved." Thus the soul, in the actual enjoyment of spiritual blessings, but not observing the radical imperfections and impurities which still remain, thinks that all its trials are over. This thought, however, is of rare occurrence. For until the spiritual purgation is complete, the sweet communications of God are rarely so abundant as to conceal the root that remains behind, in such a way that the soul shall not be profoundly conscious of some deficiency, or that something still is to be done. Nor is the communication such as to allow it to enjoy the relief that is offered it perfectly, for it feels that there is an enemy lurking within, who, though he may be subdued and lulled, will yet return in his strength and assault it as before. And so it comes to pass, for when the soul is most secure, it is then plunged at once into another affliction, heavier, darker, and sadder than the previous one, and which, perhaps, will be of longer continuance. The soul again is convinced that all goodness is gone from it forever. Experience cannot teach it. The blessings that flowed out of its former trials, during which it thought that its sufferings would never end, cannot prevent it from believing, in its present trials, that all goodness has perished from it, and that it will never be again as it was before. The present convictions are so strong, grounded on actual feelings, as to destroy within it all the occasions of joy. Thus the soul in this purgation, though it seeks to please God, and is ready to die for Him 1,000 deaths, for souls thus tried love God with great sincerity, nevertheless finds no relief, but rather an increase of pain herein. For seeking God alone to the exclusion of aught else, and seeing its own miserableness to be so great, it doubts whether God is not angry with it. It cannot then persuade itself that there is anything in it worthy of love, but rather is convinced that there is that in it which should make it hateful, not only in the eyes of God, but of all creatures also forever. It grieves to see within itself sufficient grounds why it should be abandoned of Him whom it so loves and so longs for. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 8. Other Trials of the Soul in this State. Another source of affliction and distress to the soul in this state is that, as the obscure night impedes the exercise of faculties and affections, it cannot elevate the mind and affections to God as before, nor pray to Him. It thinks itself to be in that state described by the prophet, when he said, "Thou hast set a cloud before thee, that our prayer may not pass through." This is the meaning of the words I have quoted before. He hath shut up my ways with square stones. If at any time it prays with so much aridity, without sweetness, as to think that God neither hears nor regards it, as the prophet complains, saying, "Yea, and when I cry and entreat, He shutteth out my prayer." And in truth, this is the time for the soul to put its mouth in the dust, suffering in patience this purgation. It is God Himself who is now working in the soul, and the soul is therefore powerless. It cannot pray or give great attention to divine things, neither can it attend to temporal matters, for it falls into frequent distractions, and the memory is so profoundly weakened that many hours pass by at a time without its knowing what it has done or thought, what it is doing or about to do, nor can it give the least heed to what it is occupied with, notwithstanding all its efforts.
Inasmuch then as the intellect is purified from its imperfect perceptions, the will from its affections, and the memory also from all knowledge and reflections, it is necessary that the soul should be annihilated herein, according to the words of the psalmist, referring to this purgation: I am brought to nothing, and I knew not. This knowing not extends to these follies and failures of the memory. These wanderings and failures of memory are the result of interior recollection, by which the soul is absorbed in contemplation. In order to prepare the soul, and temper it divinely in all its powers for the divine union of love, it must, first of all, be absorbed with all its powers in the divine obscure spiritual light of contemplation, and detached from all affection for, and apprehension of, created things. This continues regularly in proportion to the intensity of its contemplation. Thus, then, the more pure and simple the divine light when it shines on the soul, the more does it obscure it, empty it, and annihilate it, as to all its apprehensions and affections, whether they regard heavenly or earthly things. And also, the less pure and simple the light, the less is the soul obscured and annihilated. It seems strange to say that the purer and the clearer the supernatural light, the more is the soul obscured, and that it is less obscured when that light is less pure. But this may be easily explained if we keep in mind the philosophical axiom that supernatural things are more obscure to the intellect the more clear they are in themselves. Thus the ray of high contemplation, transcending as it does the natural powers, shining on the soul with its divine light, makes it dark, and deprives it of all the natural affections and apprehensions which it entertained in its own natural light. Under these circumstances, the soul is not only left in darkness, but in emptiness also, as to its powers and desires, both natural and spiritual, and in this emptiness and obscurity is purified and enlightened by the divine spiritual light, without its ever thinking of its presence, but rather thinking of the darkness that surrounds it. As a pure ray of light, unreflected by any object, is almost invisible, but becomes visible by being reflected, so the spiritual light which envelops the soul is, by reason of its pureness, invisible or imperceptible, but when it strikes against any object, that is, when we use it to discern between truth and falsehood, or any particular matter relating to perfection, it then becomes visible at once, and the soul perceives it then much more distinctly than it did before it entered this obscurity. In the same way it perceives the spiritual light which it has for discerning easily the imperfection which is present, as in the case of a ray of light, which is itself not visible, but which, if the hand or any object be passed across its course, the hand becomes instantly visible, and the presence of the sun's light is detected. The soul, therefore, inasmuch as this light is perfectly pure, clear, and universal, disconnected from all particular objects of the intellect, natural or divine, its powers are emptied and annihilated with respect to all such apprehensions, most easily and comprehensively understands and penetrates within all things, whether of heaven or of earth, according to the saying of the Apostle, "The Spirit searcheth all things, yea, the deep things of God." It is to this universal and pure knowledge these words refer, which the wise man spoke by the Holy Ghost: "Wisdom reacheth everywhere, by reason of her purity." That is, because not connected with any particular object of the intellect or affections. The characteristic of a mind purified and annihilated as to all particular objects of affection and of the intellect is said to have pleasure in nothing, and to have no particular understanding, abiding in emptiness, obscurity, and darkness, embracing all things in its grand comprehensiveness, fulfilling mystically the words of the Apostle, having nothing and possessing all things, for such poverty of spirit merits such a blessing. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 9. How it is that this night enlightens the mind, while it brings darkness over it. It remains for me now to explain that this blessed night, though it obscures the mind, does so only to enlighten it, and though it humbles it and makes it miserable, does so only for the purpose of exalting and setting it free. And though it impoverishes and empties it of all it holds, it does so only to enable it to reach forward divinely to the possession and fruition of all things, both of heaven and earth, in perfect liberty of spirit. As the primary elements which enter into the composition of all natural substances have no color, taste, or smell peculiar to themselves, so that they shall combine with all colors, all tastes, and all smell, so the mind must be pure, simple, and detached from all natural affections, actual and habitual, in order that it may freely participate in the largeness of spirit of the divine wisdom, whereby, by reason of its pureness, it tastes of the sweetness of all things in a certain preeminent way. And without this purgation, it is altogether impossible to taste of the abundance of these spiritual delights. For one single affection remaining in the soul, to which the mind may cling either habitually or actually, is sufficient to prevent all perception and all communication of the interior sweetness of the spirit of love, which contains within itself all sweetness supremely. As the children of Israel, merely on account of that single affection or remembrance which they retained of the flesh pots of Egypt, could not taste the delicious bread of angels, the manna in the desert, which had the sweetness of every taste, and turned to what every man liked, so the mind which still clings actually or habitually to any one affection or particular mode of apprehending cannot taste the sweetness of the spirit of liberty, according to the desire of the will. The reason is this: the affections, feelings, and apprehensions of the perfect spirit, being of so high an order and specially divine, are of another and different kind than those which are natural, and in order to be actually and habitually enjoyed, require the annihilation of the latter. It is therefore expedient and necessary, if the soul is to advance to these heights, that the obscure night of contemplation should annihilate it first, and destroy it in all its meanness, changing it into darkness, aridities, loneliness, and emptiness. For the light that is given it is a certain divine light of the highest nature, surpassing all natural light, and not cognizable by the natural intellect. If the intellect is to be united with that light, and become divinely transformed in the state of perfection, it must first of all be purified and annihilated as to its natural light, which must be brought actually into darkness by means of obscure contemplation. This obscurity must continue so long as it is necessary to destroy the habit, long ago contracted, of understanding things in a human way, and until the divine enlightening shall have taken its place. And inasmuch as the power of understanding, previously exerted, was natural, the darkness now endured is profound, awful, and most afflictive, because it reaches to, and is felt in, the innermost depths of the spirit. And inasmuch as the affection of love, communicated in the divine union, is divine, and therefore most spiritual, subtle, delicate, and most interior, surpassing all natural sense and affection, the imperfectness of the will and every desire of the same, it is necessary for the fruition, in the union of love, of this divine affection and most exquisite delight, that the will should be first purified and annihilated, as to all its affections and feelings, left in darkness and distress, proportional to the intensity of the habit of natural affections it had acquired, in respect both of human and divine things. And this must be done in order that the will, in the fire of obscure contemplation, wasted, withered, and deprived of all selfishness, like the liver of the fish on the burning coals, may acquire a pure and simple disposition, a purified and sound taste, so as to feel those sublime and wonderful touches of divine love whenever it shall be divinely transformed, and wherein all its former contrarieties, actual and habitual, shall be expelled. Moreover, in order to attain to the divine union, for which obscure contemplation disposes it, the soul must be endowed and replenished with a certain glorious magnificence in the divine communication, which includes innumerable blessings and joys, surpassing all the abundance which the soul can naturally possess. So speak the prophet Isaiah and St. Paul, Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither hath it entered into the heart of man what things God hath prepared for them that love him. It is necessary for it that it should be first brought into a state of emptiness and spiritual poverty, detached from all help and consolation, in all the things of heaven and earth, that being thus empty, it may be really poor in spirit and divested of the old man, and may live that new and blessed life to which it attains in this obscure contemplation, which is the state of union with God. And because the soul is to attain to a certain sense, to a certain divine knowledge, most generous and full of sweetness, of all human and divine things which do not fall within the common sense and natural perceptions of the soul, it views them with different eyes now, for the light and grace of the Holy Ghost differ from those of sense, the divine from the human. It is necessary that the mind should be brought low, and inured to hardships in all that relates to natural and common sense. It must suffer hardships and afflictions in the purgative contemplation, and the memory must become a stranger to all pleasing and peaceful notions, with a most interior sense and feeling of being a stranger and a pilgrim here, so that all things shall seem strange to it, and other than they were wont to seem. It must suffer hardships and afflictions in the purgative contemplation, and the memory must become a stranger to all pleasing and peaceful notions, with a most interior sense and feeling of being a stranger and a pilgrim here, so that all things shall seem strange to it, and other than they were wont to seem. For this night is drawing the mind away from its ordinary and common sense of things, and attracts it toward the divine sense, which is a stranger and an alien to all human ways. So much so that the soul seems to be carried out of itself. At other times it looks upon itself as if under the influence of some spell, and is amazed at all that is around it, all that it hears and sees, which seem to it to be most strange, though in reality always the same. The sources of this feeling are that the soul has become a stranger to the ordinary sense of things, in order that being brought to nothing therein, it might be formed divinely anew. Now this belongs more to the next life than to this. The soul suffers these afflictive purgations of the spirit that it may be born again to the life of the spirit through the divine influence, and in these pangs brings forth the spirit of salvation, fulfilling the words of the prophet, "So are we become in thy presence, O Lord. We have conceived, and been as it were in labor, and brought forth the spirit of salvation." Moreover, as the night of contemplation disposes the soul for that tranquility and interior peace, which is so full of delight, as in the words of the Scripture, to surpass all understanding, it is necessary that the former peace of the soul, which, because involved in so many imperfections, was no peace, though it seemed to be a twofold peace, namely of sense and spirit, should first of all be purified, and the soul disturbed and repelled from that imperfect peace, as Jeremiah felt and lamented in the words cited before, to express the trials of the night that is now past, namely, "My soul is repelled off from peace." This is a painful unsettling, full of misgivings, imaginations, and interior struggles, to which the soul, at the sight and in the consciousness of its own misery, imagines itself to be lost, and all the goodness to have utterly perished. In this state the mind is pierced by sorrow so profound to occasion spiritual groans and cries. At times it gives audible vent to them, and tears break forth, if there be any strength left, though this relief is but rarely granted. The royal prophet has well described this state, being one who had experience of it, saying, "I am afflicted and humbled exceedingly. I roared with the groaning of my heart." This proceeds from great sorrow, for sometimes the sudden and sharp recollection of the miseries that environ the soul produces such pain and suffering that I know not how to describe them otherwise than by the words of Job. "As overflowing waters, so is my roaring. For as waters sometimes overflow, drown, and fill all places, so this roaring, this sense of pain, occasionally so grows as to overflow the soul and drown it, so fills all its affections and energies with spiritual sorrows as to defy all exaggeration." Such is the work wrought in this night that hideth the hopes of day. It was in reference to it that Job said, "In the night my mouth is pierced with sorrows,"
and they that feed upon me do not sleep. The mouth is the will, pierced by these sorrows, which ceases not to tear the soul, neither do they sleep, for the doubts and misgivings which harass it give it no rest. This warfare and combat are deep, because the peace hoped for is most deep. The spiritual sorrow is most interior, refined and pure, because the love to be enjoyed is most interior and pure. The more interior and perfect the work, the more interior, perfect and pure must be the labor that produces it, and the stronger the building, the deeper the foundation. My soul fadeth within myself, saith Job, and the days of affliction possess me. So in the same way, because the soul has to attain to the enjoyment and possession in the state of perfection to which it journeys in this purgative night, of innumerable blessings, gifts, and virtues, both in the substance of the soul and in the powers thereof, it is necessary for it that it should consider and feel itself deprived of them all, and regard them as so far beyond its reach as to be persuaded that it never can attain to them, and that all goodness is perished from it. This is the meaning of those words of the prophet, I have forgotten good things. Let us see why it is that the light of contemplation, so sweet and lovely to the soul that nothing is more desirable, for it is that whereby the divine union takes place, and whereby the soul in the state of perfection finds all the good it desires, produces these painful beginnings and awful results. The answer is easy, and is already given in part. This is not the effect of contemplation and the divine inflowing, from which comes sweetness rather than pain. The cause is in our imperfection and weakness, and in the dispositions of our souls, which is not fit for the reception of that sweetness. And so, when the divine light shines in upon the soul, it makes it suffer in the way described. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 10. Explanation of this purgation by a comparison. To make what I have said, and what I have still to say, more clear, I find it necessary here to observe that this purgative and loving knowledge, or divine light, is to the soul, which it is purifying, in order to unite itself perfectly to itself, as fire is to fuel, which is transforming into itself. The first action of material fire on fuel is to dry it, to expel from it all water and all moisture. It then blackens it and soils it, and drying it by little and little makes it light, and consumes away its accidental defilements, which are contrary to itself. Finally, having heated and set on fire its outward surface, it transforms the whole into itself, and makes it beautiful as itself. Thus fuel, subject to the action of fire, retains neither active nor passive qualities of its own, except bulk and specific weight, and assumes all the qualities of fire. It becomes dry, then it glows, and glowing burns, luminous it gives light, and burns much lighter than before. All this is the effect of fire. We theorize in this way concerning the divine fire of contemplative love, which, before it unites with and transforms the soul into itself, purges away all its contrary qualities. It expels its impurities, blackens it and obscures it, and renders its condition apparently worse than it was before. For while the divine purgation is removing all the evil and vicious humors, which, because so deeply rooted and settled in the soul, were neither seen nor felt, but now, in order to their expulsion and annihilation, are rendered clearly visible in the obscure light of the divine contemplation, the soul, though not worse in itself nor in the sight of God, seeing at last what it never saw before, looks upon itself not only as unworthy of the divine regard, but even as a loathsome object in the eyes of God. The comparison which I have instituted will enable us to understand what I have said, and what I purpose still to say. In the first place, we see how the very light, and that loving knowledge which unites the soul and transforms it into itself,
is the same which purifies and prepares it. For the fire that transforms the fuel and incorporates it with itself is the very same which also at the first prepared it for that end. In the second place, the sufferings of the soul here do not proceed from the divine wisdom, it being written, "All good things came to me together with her," but from its own weakness and imperfection, from its being incapable, previous to its purgation, of receiving this divine light, sweetness, and delight. This is the source of its sufferings. So the fuel too is not transformed into fire at the instant of their contact, if it be not previously prepared for burning. This is the experience of the wise man, who thus describes his sufferings before his union with and possession of wisdom. "My entrails were troubled in seeking her, therefore I shall possess a good possession." In the third place, we learn incidentally how souls suffer in purgatory. The fire would have no power over them if they were perfectly prepared for the kingdom of God, and union with Him in glory, if they had no faults to expiate, which are the matter on which the fire seizes. For when that matter is consumed, there is nothing more to burn. So it is here, when all perfections are removed, the suffering of the soul ceases, and in its place comes joy as deep as it is possible for it to be in this life. In the fourth place, we learn that the soul, the more it is purified and cleansed in the fire of love, the more it glows with it. The more the fuel is prepared for the fire, the more it burns, though the soul is not always conscious of this burning of love within it, but only now and then, when the ray of contemplation shines upon it not so strongly. Then the soul is enabled to see, and even to enjoy, the work that is going on. It seems as if the hand of the artificer was withdrawn from the work, and the iron taken out of the furnace, so as to show in some measure the work that is being wrought. Then too the soul may see in itself that good which it could not see while the process was going on. Thus, when the flame ceases to envelop the fuel it burns, we see clearly how much of it has been enkindled. In the fifth place, we learn how it is that, after alleviations of its pains, the soul suffers again more intensely and sensibly than before. For after the manifestation of the work that has been done, when the outward imperfections have been expelled, the fire of love returns again to purge and consume away that which is interior. Now the suffering of the soul becomes more penetrating, deep, and spiritual, according as it refines away the more profound, subtle, and deeply rooted interior imperfections of the spirit. It is here, as with the fuel in the fire, the deeper the fire penetrates, the greater is its force and energy in disposing the inmost substance of the fuel for its own possession of it. In the sixth place, we learn that the soul, though it rejoices intensely in these intervals of peace, so much so that it seems to think its trials over, never to return, even while it is certain that they will soon recur again, cannot but feel, if it observes a single root of imperfection behind, that it is sometimes observed, that its rejoicing is incomplete. It seems as if that root threatened to spring up anew, and when that is the case, it does so quickly. Finally, that which remains to be purified and enlightened cannot now be concealed from the soul in the presence of what has been already purified. Thus the portion of the material fuel which is still to be set on fire is very different from that which the flame has purified. And when this purgation commences anew in the inmost soul, it is not strange that it should consider all its goodness to have perished, and that it can never recover its former prosperity. For in these most interior sufferings, all exterior goodness becomes invisible. Keeping this illustration then before our eyes, and remembering what I have said on the first line of this stanza concerning this obscure night and its fearful characteristics, it may be as well to abandon the subject of these afflictions of the soul, and to enter on the matter of the fruit of its tears and their blessed issues, celebrated by the soul in the following lines. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 11. A vehement passion of divine love, the fruit of these sharp afflictions of the soul. With anxious love inflamed. Here the soul speaks of the fire of love, which in the night of painful contemplation seizes upon it as material fire on the fuel it burns. This burning, though to a certain extent resembling that which takes place in the sensitive part of the soul, is still, in one sense, as different from it as the soul is different from the body, the spiritual from the sensitive. For this is a certain fire of love in the spirit, whereby the soul, in its dark trials, feels itself wounded to the quick by a certain impression and foretaste of God, though it understands nothing distinctly, because the intellect is in darkness. The mind is now conscious of a deep affection of love, for this spiritual burning produces the passion of it. And inasmuch as this love is infused in a special way, the soul corresponds only passively with it, and thus a strong passion of love is begotten within it. This love has in it something of the most perfect union with God, and thus partakes in some measure of its qualities, which are chiefly actions of God, in the soul rather than of the soul, which is consenting unto them in simplicity and love. It is, however, the love of God only which, uniting itself with the soul, produces this warmth and force and temper and passion, or, as the soul calls it, burning. The more the desires are restrained, subdued, and disabled for the enjoyment of the things of heaven and earth, the more space does this love find for itself in the soul, and the better dispositions for its reception, so that it may unite itself with that soul, and wound it. This takes place during the dark purgation in a wonderful way, for God has so weaned the faculties, as they are now so recollected in Him, that they are unable to take pleasure as they like, in anything whatever. All this is the work of God, wrought with a view to withdraw the faculties of the soul from all objects whatever, and to concentrate them upon Himself, so that the soul may acquire greater strength and fitness for the strong union of love which God is communicating in the purgative way, and in which the soul must love Him with all its strength, and with all the desires of sense and spirit, which it could never do if the faculties thereof were dissipated by other satisfactions. The psalmist prepared himself thus for the strong love of the divine union, for he said, "I will keep my strength for Thee," that is, all my capacity, all the energy of my faculties and my desires, neither will I suffer them to rejoice in anything but Thee. Here we may perceive in some degree how great and how vehement is this burning of love in the spirit, when God gathers and collects together all the strength, faculties, and desires of the soul, spiritual and sensitive, so that their harmonious combination may direct all its energies and all its forces toward the real and perfect fulfillment of the first commandment of the law, which comprehends within its scope the whole nature and gifts of man, namely, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with thy whole soul, and with thy whole strength. When all the desires and energies of the soul are thus recollected in this burning of love, and the soul itself, touched, wounded, and set on fire with love, in them all, what must the movements and affections of these desires and energies be, when they are thus wounded and burning with love, when that love does not satiate them, when they are in darkness and doubt about it, and suffering also, beyond all question, a more grievous hunger after it, in proportion to the past experiences of it? For the touch of this love and of the divine fire so dries up the spirit and enkindles its desires for satisfying its thirst, that it turns upon itself 1,000 times, and longs for God in 1,000 ways, as David did when he said, "For Thee my soul hath thirsted, for Thee my flesh, oh how many ways," that is, in desire. Another version reads, "My soul thirsteth after Thee, my soul is dying for Thee."
This is the reason why the soul says, with anxious love inflamed. In all its works and thoughts, employments and opportunities, the soul loves in many ways, and longs after God. This longing is so manifold in its forms, always and everywhere abiding, that the soul has no rest, feeling itself to be wounded, inflamed with anxiety. Its then state is thus described by holy Job: as the servant longeth for the shade, as the hireling looketh for the end of his work, so I also have had empty months, and have numbered to myself wearisome nights. If I lie down to sleep, I shall say, when shall I arise? And again I shall look for the evening, and I shall be filled with sorrows even till darkness. The soul is in perplexity. It cannot comprehend itself, neither the things of heaven nor earth, and is filled with sorrows even till darkness, which, taking the words of Job in their spiritual sense, adapted to the subject before us, is pain and suffering, without the hope of light, or of any spiritual good. The anxieties of the soul while on fire with love is very great, because of their twofold origin. The spiritual darkness which envelops it is one, and afflicts it with doubts and misgivings. The love of God itself which burns within it is the other, and that inflames it marvellously, and excites it through the loving wound it has inflicted upon it. These two and simultaneous anxieties are thus referred to by the prophet: my soul hath desired thee in the night, that is, in my misery. This is one kind of pain which proceeds from the obscure night. Yea, and with my spirit within me in the morning early, I will watch to thee. This is the other suffering of desire and anxiety, which proceeds from love in the bowels of the spirit, that is, the spiritual affections. The soul, however, is conscious, amidst these obscure and loving anxieties, of a certain companionship therein and interior strength, which is so great that, if the burden of this oppressive obscurity were removed, it would oftentimes feel itself desolate, empty, and weak. The reason is that the force and courage of the soul flow passively from the obscure fire of love, and so, when that fire ceases to envelop it, the darkness, the strength, and the fire of love cease at the same time. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 12. How this awful night is like purgatory. How the divine wisdom illuminates men on earth with that light in which the angels are purified and enlightened in heaven. What I have said enables us to see how the obscure night of loving fire purifies the soul in the darkness, and in the darkness also sets it on fire. We shall also see that, as the dark and material fires in the next life, so the loving, dark, and spiritual fires here purify and cleanse the predestinate. The difference is that in the next world men are purified by fire, and here purified and enlightened by love. David prayed for this love when he said, "Create a clean heart in me, O God." For cleanness of heart is nothing else but the love and grace of God. Blessed are the clean of heart, saith our Saviour, and it is as if he had said, Blessed are those who love, for blessedness can come of nothing less than love. The following words of the prophet also: From on high he hath cast a fire in my bones, and hath taught me, show plainly that the soul is purified and enlightened in the fire of loving wisdom, for God never grants the mystical wisdom without love, it being love itself that infuses it into the soul. David also saith that the wisdom of God is silver tried in the purifying fire of love. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried by fire. Obscure contemplation infuses into the soul love and wisdom simultaneously, to every one according to his necessity and capacity, enlightening the soul and cleansing it of all its ignorances, according to the words of the wise man, He hath enlightened my ignorances. Here also we learn that the wisdom which purifies the ignorance of the angels, flowing from God through the highest down to the lowest, in the order of the heavenly hierarchy, and thence to men, is that very wisdom which purifies and enlightens the human soul. All the works of the angels, and all the inspirations they suggest, are, in Holy Scripture, truly and properly said to be their work and God's. For, ordinarily, his inspirations flow through the angels who receive them, each choir from the other instantaneously, as the light of the sun penetrates many windows at once, arranged one behind the other. It is quite true that, in one sense, the light of the sun pierces all, yet each window conveys that light to the next, modified according to the nature of the glass which transmits it, and somewhat weaker according to the distance from the sun. Hence it follows, with respect to the higher and lower angels, the nearer they are to God, the more they are purified and enlightened in the general purgation, the lowest in rank receiving their illumination in a less perfect degree. But man, being lower than the angels, must, when God raises him to the state of contemplation, receive that enlightenment according to his capacity in a limited degree, and with suffering. For the light of God which illuminates an angel enlightens him, and sets him on fire with love, for he is a spirit already prepared for the infusion of that light. But man, being impure and weak, is ordinarily enlightened in obscurity, distressingly and painfully, as the sun's rays are painful to weak eyes, till the fire of love shall have spiritualized and refined him, so that, being made pure like the angels, he may be able to receive with sweetness the union of God's inflowing love. There are souls who, in this life, are more perfectly enlightened than even angels. But in the meantime, this contemplation and loving knowledge come upon the soul through trials and loving anxiety. The soul is not always conscious of this burning and anxiety of love, for in the beginning of the spiritual purgation, all the divine fire is employed in drying up and preparing the soul, rather than in setting it on fire. But when the soul has become heated in the fire, it then feels most commonly this burning and warmth of love. And now, as the intellect is being purified in this darkness, it happens occasionally that this mystical and effective theology, while inflaming the will, wounds also, by enlightening the other faculty of the intellect with a certain divine light and knowledge, so sweetly and so divinely that the will, aided by it, glows in a marvelous manner, the divine fire of love burning within it with living flames, so that the soul appears to have received a living fire with a living understanding. This is what David referred to when he said, "My heart waxed hot within me, and in my meditation a fire shall burn," so vehemently that I thought it to be already on fire. This kindling of love, in the union of these two faculties, the intellect and the will, is to the soul a great treasury of delight, because it is certain that the foundations of the perfection of the union of love, for which the soul hoped, are laid in that obscurity. But the soul does not reach this sublime sense and love of God without passing through many tribulations, and accomplishing a great part of its purgation. For other degrees of this union, lower than this, which are of ordinary occurrence, so intense a purgation is not required. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 13. Other Sweet Effects of the Dark Night of Contemplation. This fire of love throws some light upon the sweet effects wrought in the soul by the obscure night of contemplation. For occasionally, amid the obscurity, the soul receives light. Light shineth in darkness, the mystical influence flowing directly into the intellect, and the will in some measure partaking of it, with a calmness and pureness so exquisite and so delicious to the soul as to be utterly indescribable. Now God is felt to be present in one way, and again in another.
Sometimes, too, it wounds the will at the same time, and enkindles love deeply, tenderly, and strongly. For, as I have said, the more the intellect is purified, the more perfectly and exquisitely, at times, are the intellect and the will united. But before the soul attains to this state, it is more common for the touch of the fire of love to be felt in the will than for the touch of the perfect intelligence to be felt in the intellect. This burning and thirst of love, inasmuch as it now proceeds from the Holy Ghost, is very different from that of which I spoke in the night of sense. For though the senses also have their part in this, because they share in the afflictions of the Spirit, yet the root and living force of the thirst of love are felt in the higher portion of the soul, that is, in the Spirit, conscious of what the soul feels, and of absence of what it desires. Still, all the pains of sense, though incomparably greater than those of the sensitive night, are as nothing, because of the interior conviction that one great good is wanting, for which there is no compensation possible. Observe here that, although this burning of love is not felt in the beginning of the spiritual night, because the fire of love has not yet done its work, God communicates to the soul, instead of it, so great an appreciative love of Himself that its greatest trials and deepest afflictions in this night are involved in the thought which harasses it, namely, that it has lost God, and that He has abandoned it. It may, therefore, be said that from the first beginning of this night the soul is full of anxiety, arising at one time from the appreciation of God, at another from the burning fire of love, and the greatest of its sufferings is this doubt. For if it could be persuaded that all is not lost, and that the trials it undergoes are, as in truth they are, for its greater good, and that God is not offended, it would make no account whatever of its afflictions, but rather rejoice in them, knowing that it is serving God. For the appreciation with which it regards God is so great, though in darkness and unconsciously, that not only would it endure its trials joyfully, but also die 1,000 times to please Him. But when the fire of love and the appreciation of God together have seized the soul, it then gains such strength and energy, and such eager longing after God, the effect of this glowing love, that it boldly disregards all considerations, and sets everything aside in the inebriating force of love, and without reflecting on its acts, it conducts itself strangely and extravagantly, that it may meet Him whom it loveth. This is the reason why Mary Magdalene, though noble herself, needed not the guests, high and low, who were feasting in the house of the Pharisee. She considered not that her presence was inopportune, and that tears were unseemly at the feast, provided she could, without delay or waiting for another occasion, reach Him for whom her soul was wounded and on fire. This is that inebriating force and daring of love, which, when she knew that her love was in the sepulchre, guarded by soldiers, and a stone rolled over it and sealed, allowed none of these things to move her, for she went thither before dawn with the ointments to anoint her beloved. And finally it was under the inebriating influence of love that she asked Himself, whom she took for the gardener, and who, she thought, had robbed the sepulchre where He had laid the body of her Lord. If Thou hast carried Him away, tell me where Thou hast laid Him, and I will take Him away. She did not reflect upon the imprudence of her words, for it is clear that if the gardener had stolen the body, he would not have admitted the fact, and the less so, because she intended to take it away herself. This conduct of Mary Magdalene proceeded from the vehemence and energy of her love. For love thinks all things possible, and that all men have interest identical with its own. It cannot believe that there is anything to occupy men, or anything to be sought for by them, except that which occupies itself, and which itself is seeking, for it considers that there can be no occupation or desire beyond its own. Thus when the bride went out into the streets and broadways of Jerusalem, seeking for her beloved, she, believing that all were employed like her in searching for Him, adjured them, if they found Him, to tell Him that she languished with love. So strong was Mary's love that she intended, if the gardener had told her where he had hidden her Lord, to take Him away, in spite of the prohibition.
Of this kind are those anxieties of love which the soul feels when it has made some progress in the spiritual purgation. The soul rises by night in the purifying darkness, in the affections of the will. As a lioness or a bear, robbed of its whelps, whom it cannot find, seeks them anxiously and earnestly, so does the wounded soul seek after God. Being in darkness, it feels His absence and is dying of love. This is that impatient love which no man can endure long without obtaining his wishes or dying. It is like that of Rachel when she said, "Give me children, otherwise I shall die." We have now to consider how it is that the soul, conscious of its own misery and unworthiness before God, can be so bold, amid the purifying darkness, as to aspire after union with Him. The reason is that love gives its strength to love in earnest, it being the nature of love to seek for union, equality, and assimilation with the object beloved, so as to attain to the perfection of itself. And as the soul has not yet attained to the perfection of love, because it has not attained to union with God, the hunger and thirst for that which it has not, namely union, and the strength which love communicates to the impassioned will, render it bold and daring in its wishes, though the intellect, because it is in darkness, tells at the same time that it is an unworthy and miserable object. I am not disposed here to admit an explanation of the fact why it is that the divine light, being always light, does not illuminate the soul the moment it surrounds it, as it does at a later time, instead of bringing with it darkness and troubles. This question has been already partially answered, and I now answer it more fully. The darkness and misery of which the soul is conscious proceed not from the divine light which shines around it, but are in the soul itself, and it is the light which enables it to see them. When the divine light shines in upon the soul sees nothing at first but what is immediately before it, or rather what is within it, its own darkness and misery. Now, by the mercy of God, it sees what it saw not before, because the supernatural light had not shone round about it. This is the reason why, in the beginning, the soul is conscious of nothing but its own darkness and misery. But when it has been purified by the knowledge and perception of them, it will have eyes to discern the blessings of the divine light. And when its darkness and imperfections shall have been removed, it will then behold the great benefits and blessings of this happy night. This explains how great is the mercy of God to the soul, when He thus purifies it with this strong lie and bitter purgation, as to its sensitive and spiritual parts, from all affections and imperfect habits in all temporal, natural, sensitive, and spiritual respects. By obscuring its interior faculties and emptying them of all objects, by correcting and drying up all its sensitive and spiritual affections, by weakening and wasting the natural forces which the soul could never have done of itself, by causing it to die, as it were, to all that is not God, that, being wholly denuded and stripped of its former clothing, it may clothe itself anew in God. Thus the soul's youth shall be renewed like the eagle's, clothed with the new man, which according to God is created in justice. Now this is nothing else but the supernatural light shining on the intellect, so that the human intellect becomes one with the divine. In the same way divine love so inflames the will that it becomes nothing less than divine, loving in a divine way, united and made one with the divine will and divine love. The memory also is affected in like manner. All the desires and affections too are changed, divinely according to God. Thus the soul will be of heaven, heavenly, divine, rather than human. All this, as is clear from what I have said, is the work of God, who effects it during this night of the soul, enlightening it and setting it on fire in a divine way, with an anxious solicitude for God alone, and for naught besides. It is with great propriety and justice that the soul repeats the third line of the stanza, which, together with those that follow, I repeat again and explain in the following chapter. End of section 28.
Section 29 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 15. Explanation of the second stanza. In darkness and security, by the secret ladder disguised, O happy lot, in darkness and concealment, my house being now at rest. The soul continues to speak of certain characteristics of the obscurity of this night, again referring to the happiness of which it is the cause. It is replying to an implied objection, and says, in substance, let no man suppose that among the tormenting anxieties, doubts, misgivings, and terrors of that night of obscurity, it had run any risk of being lost. Yea, rather, it had found safety in the darkness, because the obscurity enabled it to escape from its enemies who were ever impeding its departure. In that obscurity it changed its garments, and disguised itself in 3 colors, of which I shall speak hereafter. It sallied forth by a most secret ladder, unknown to the whole of its household, which, as I shall show, is a living faith, in such secrecy, for the better execution of its purpose, that it could not possibly be in greater security, and the more particularly so, because in the purgative night the desires, passions, and affections of the soul are asleep, mortified, and subdued. And these, if awake and active, would never have consented to that departure. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 16. How the Soul Journeys Securely when in Darkness. In darkness and security. The darkness, of which the soul here speaks, relates, as I have said, to the desires and to the interior sensitive and spiritual powers, which are all to be deprived of their natural light in this night, so that, being purified herein, they may be supernaturally enlightened. The sensitive and spiritual desires are lulled to sleep and mortified, unable to relish anything, either human or divine. The affections are thwarted and brought low, incapable of excitement and having nothing to rest upon. The imagination is fettered, and unable to make any profitable reflections. The memory is gone, the intellect is obscured, and the will, too, is dry and afflicted, and all the faculties are empty, and, moreover, a dense and heavy cloud overshadows the wearied soul, and alienates it, as it were, from God. This is the obscurity in which the soul says that it travels securely. The cause of this security is evident, for usually the soul never errs except under the influence of its desires, or tastes, or reflections, or understanding, or affections, wherein it generally is overabundant, or defective, changeable, or inconsistent. Hence the inclination to what is not becoming it. It is therefore clear that the soul is secure against error therein, when all these operations and movements have ceased. The soul is then delivered, not only from itself, but also from its other enemies, the world and the devil, who, when the affections and operations of the soul have ceased, cannot assault it by any other way, or by any other means. It follows from this that the greater the darkness and emptiness of its natural operations in which the soul travels, the greater is its security. For as the prophet saith, perdition is thine own, O Israel, only in me is thy help. The perdition of the soul is exclusively its own work, the result of its own operations, of its unsubdued desires, interior and sensitive, and its good, the work of God only. When the soul is hindered from giving way to these evils, the blessings of the divine union descend upon it forthwith, in its desires and faculties, which that union will render heavenly and divine.
If, therefore, while this obscurity lasts, the soul will look within, it will see how slightly the desires and the faculties will have been diverted toward vain and unprofitable matters, and that it is secure against vainglory, pride and presumption, empty rejoicing, and many other evils. It is quite clear, therefore, that the soul which is in this obscurity is not only not lost, but that it gains much, for it acquires virtue. But here a question arises to this effect: why is it, seeing that the things of God are profitable and beneficial to the soul, and a source of security, that the desires and faculties are so obscured by him in this night that they cannot enjoy him or occupy themselves with him as with other things, but are, in a certain sense, less able to do so? To this I reply, that it is then very necessary for the soul to be clear of its own operations and devoid of all pleasure even in spiritual things, because its faculties and desires are base and impure, and even if they have pleasure in, and are familiar with, divine and supernatural things, it can be only in a low way. It is a philosophical axiom that all that is received according to the condition of the recipient. From this principle it follows that the natural faculties, being without the requisite purity, strength, and capacity for the reception and fruition of divine things in their way, which is divine, but only in their own, which is mean and vile, ought to be obscured with regard to the divine way, so as to secure their perfect purgation. They are to be weaned, purified, and annihilated first, in order that they may lose their own low mode of acting and receiving, and that they may be thus disposed and tempered for the reception and fruition of what is divine in a lofty and sublime way. But this they can never do, if the old man do not die first. Every spiritual gift, if it cometh not down from the Father of lights into the human will and desire, however much a man may exercise his taste, desire, and faculties about God, and however he much may seem to succeed, is still not divinely nor perfectly enjoyed. As to this I might here show, were this the proper place to do so, that there are many whose tastes and affections, and the operations of those faculties, are directed to God and to spiritual things, who perhaps imagine all this to be supernatural and spiritual, when in reality it is nothing more, perhaps, than mere natural and human acts and desires. As they regard ordinary matters, so also do they regard good things, with a certain natural facility which they have in directing their faculties and desires to anything, whatever it may be. If I can find an opportunity in the course of this discussion, I propose to enter upon this question, and describe some of the signs by which we may know when the motives and interior acts of the soul in the things of God are natural only, when they are spiritual only, and when they are natural and spiritual together. It is enough for us to know that the interior acts and movements of the soul, if they be divinely influenced by God, must be first of all lulled to sleep, obscured and subdued in their natural state, so far as their capacity and operations are concerned, until they lose all their strength. O spiritual soul, when thou seest thy desire obscured, thy will arid and constrained, and thy faculties incapable of any interior act, be not grieved at this, but look upon it rather as a great good, for God is delivering thee from thyself, taking the matter out of thy hands. For however strenuously thou mayest exert thyself, thou wilt never do anything so faultlessly, perfectly, and securely as now, because of the impurity and torpor of thy faculties. When God takes thee by the hand, guides thee safely in thy blindness, along a road and to an end thou knowest not, and whither thou couldst never travel, guided by thine own eyes, and supported by thine own feet. The reason why the soul not only travels securely when in obscurity, but also makes greater progress, is this. In general, the soul makes greater progress in the spiritual life when it least thinks so, yea, when it rather imagines that it is losing everything. Having never before experienced the present novelty, which dazzles it and disturbs its former habits, it considers itself as losing rather than as gaining ground, when it sees itself lost in what it once knew and in which it delighted, traveling by a road it knows not, and in which it has no pleasure. As a traveler into strange countries goes by ways strange and untried, relying on information derived from others and not upon any knowledge of his own, it is clear that he will never visit a new country but by new ways, which he knows not, and by abandoning those he knew. So the soul, when it advances in the spiritual life, travels in obscurity, not knowing the way. God himself being the guide of the soul in its blindness, it may well exult and say, in darkness and security, as soon as it has penetrated the mystery of its state. There is another reason also why the soul has traveled safely in this obscurity. It has suffered. For the way of suffering is safer, and also more profitable than that of rejoicing and of action. In suffering God gives strength, but in action and enjoyment the soul does nothing but show its own weakness and imperfections. And in suffering too, the soul practices and acquires virtue, and becomes pure, wiser, and more cautious. There is another more particular reason why the soul travels securely when in obscurity. This reason is derived from the consideration of the light itself, or obscure wisdom. The obscure night of contemplation so absorbs the soul, and brings it so near unto God, as to defend it, and deliver it from all that is not God. For the soul is now, as it were, under medical treatment for the recovery of its health, which is God. God compels it to observe a particular diet, and to abstain from all noxious things, the very appetite for them being subdued. The soul is treated like a sick man, respected by his household, who is carefully tended that the air shall not touch him, nor the light shine upon him, whom the noise of footsteps and the tumult of servants shall not disturb, and to whom the most delicate food is given most cautiously by measure, and that nutritious rather than savory. Obscure contemplation, which brings the soul so near unto God, is the origin of all these measures. For in truth, the nearer the soul is to God, the more obscure the darkness, and the more profound the obscurity, because of the soul's weakness. The nearer a man reaches to the sun, the greater the darkness and suffering its light occasions, because of the weakness and impureness of his vision. So great is the spiritual light of God, surpassing all understanding, that the nearer we approach it, the more does it blind us. This is the meaning of those words of the psalmist. He made darkness the covert, the pavilion round him, dark waters in the clouds of the air, which is obscure contemplation, and the divine wisdom in souls, of which they have experience as of a thing near the pavilion where he dwells, when God brings them near to himself. Thus, what in God is light and supreme splendor is to man obscure darkness, as St. Paul saith, and as the royal prophet explains in the same place. At the brightness that was before him, the clouds passed. That is, over the human intellect, the light of which, saith the prophet, is darkened with the mist thereof. O wretched condition of this life, wherein the truth is so hardly known! That which is most clear and true is to us most obscure and doubtful, and we avoid it, though it is most necessary for us. That which shines the most, and dazzles our eyes, that we embrace and follow after, though it is most hurtful to us, and makes us stumble at every step. In what fear and danger, then, must man be living, seeing that the very light of his natural eyes, by which he directs his steps, is the very first to bewilder and deceive him when he would draw near unto God. If he wishes to be sure of the road he travels on, he must close his eyes and walk in the obscurity, if he is to journey in safety from his domestic foes in his own senses and faculties. Well hidden and protected, then, is the soul in the dark waters close to God. For as the dark waters are a pavilion for him, they are also to the soul perfect safety and protection, though in darkness, where it is hidden and protected from itself, and from all the injuries that created things may inflict. It is of souls thus protected that the psalmist spoke when he said, "Thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy face, from the disturbance of men. Thou shalt protect them in thy tabernacle from the contradiction of tongues." These words comprehend all kinds of protection. For to be hidden in the secret of the face of God, from the disturbance of men, is to be strengthened in the obscure contemplation against all the assaults of men. To be protected in this tabernacle from the contradiction of tongues is to be engulfed in the dark water. That soul, therefore, whose desires and affections are weaned, and whose faculties are in darkness, is set free from all the imperfections which war against the spirit, whether they proceed from the flesh or from any other created thing. Such a soul may well say, in darkness and obscurity. Another reason, not less conclusive, why the soul, though in darkness, proceeds securely, is derived from that courage which it acquires as soon as it enters within the dark, painful, and obscure water of God. Though it be dark, still it is water, and therefore cannot but refresh and invigorate the soul in all that is most necessary for it, though it does so painfully and in obscurity. For the soul immediately discerns in itself a certain courage and resolution to do nothing which it knows to be displeasing unto God, and to leave nothing undone which ministers to his service, because this obscure love is so intensely vigilant and careful of what it is to do, and what it is to leave undone for his sake, so as to please him. It looks around and considers in 1,000 ways whether it has done anything to offend him, and all this with much more solicitude and carefulness than it ever did before, as I said when speaking of this anxious love. Here all the desires, all the strength, and all the powers of the soul, recollected from all besides, direct all their efforts and all their energies to the service of God only. Thus the soul goes forth out of itself, away from all created things, to the sweet and delightsome union of the love of God, in darkness and obscurity. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 16. How the Soul Journeys Securely when in Darkness. In darkness and security. The darkness of which the soul here speaks relates, as I have said, to the desires, and to the interior, sensitive, and spiritual powers, which are all to be deprived of their natural light in this night, so that, being purified herein, they may be supernaturally enlightened. The sensitive and spiritual desires are lulled to sleep and mortified, unable to relish anything either human or divine. The affections are thwarted and brought low, incapable of excitement and having nothing to rest upon. The imagination is fettered and unable to make any profitable reflections. The memory is gone, the intellect is obscured, and the will, too, is dry and afflicted, and all the faculties are empty. And moreover, a dense and heavy cloud overshadows the wearied soul, and alienates it, as it were, from God. This is the obscurity in which the soul says that it travels securely. The cause of this security is evident, for usually the soul never errs, except under the influence of its desires, or tastes, or reflections, or understanding, or affections, wherein it generally is overabundant, or defective, changeable, or inconsistent. Hence the inclination to what is not becoming it.
It is therefore clear that the soul is secure against error therein, when all these operations and movements have ceased. The soul is then delivered not only from itself, but also from its other enemies, the world and the devil, who, when the affections and operations of the soul have ceased, cannot assault it by any other way or by any other means. It follows from this that the greater the darkness and emptiness of its natural operations in which the soul travels, the greater is its security. For, as the prophet saith, "Perdition is thine own, O Israel, only in me is thy help." The perdition of the soul is exclusively its own work, the result of its own operations, of its unsubdued desires, interior and sensitive, and its good the work of God only. When the soul is hindered from giving way to these evils, the blessings of the divine union descend upon it forthwith, in its desires and faculties, which that union will render heavenly and divine. If, therefore, when this obscurity lasts, the soul will look within, it will see how slightly the desires and the faculties have been diverted toward vain and unprofitable matters, and that it is secure against vainglory, pride and presumption, empty rejoicing, and many other evils. It is quite clear, therefore, that the soul which is in this obscurity is not only not lost, but that it gains much, for it acquires virtue. But here a question arises to this effect: why is it, seeing that the things of God are profitable and beneficial to the soul, and a source of security, that the desires and faculties are so obscured by him in this night that they cannot enjoy him or occupy themselves with him as with other things, but are, in a certain sense, less able to do so? To this I reply, that it is then very necessary for the soul to be clear of its own operations and devoid of all pleasure even in spiritual things, because its faculties and desires are base and impure, and even if they have pleasure in, and are familiar with, divine and supernatural beings, it can be only in a low way. It is a philosophical axiom that all that is received according to the condition of the recipient. From this principle it follows that the natural faculties, being without the requisite purity, strength, and capacity for the reception and fruition of divine things in their way, which is divine, but only in their own, which is mean and vile, ought to be obscured with regard to the divine way, so as to secure their perfect purgation. They are to be weaned, purified, and annihilated first, in order that they may lose their own low mode of acting and receiving, and that they may be thus disposed and tempered for the reception and fruition of what is divine in a lofty and sublime way. But this they can never do if the old man do not die first. Every spiritual gift, if it cometh not down from the Father of lights into the human will and desire, however much a man may exercise his taste, desire, and faculties about God, and however much he may seem to succeed, is still not divinely nor perfectly enjoyed. As to this I might here show, were this the proper place to do so, that there are many whose tastes and affections, and the operations of those faculties, are directed to God and to spiritual things, who perhaps imagine all this to be supernatural and spiritual, when in reality it is nothing more, perhaps, than mere natural and human acts and desires. As they regard ordinary matters, so also do they regard good things with a certain natural facility which they have in directing their faculties and desires to anything, whatever it may be. If I can find an opportunity in the course of this discussion, I propose to enter upon this question, and describe some of the signs by which we may know when the motives and interior acts of the soul in the things of God are natural only, when they are spiritual only, and when they are natural and spiritual together. It is enough for us to know that the interior acts and movements of the soul, if they are to be divinely influenced by God, must be first of all lulled to sleep, obscured and subdued in their natural state, so far as their capacity and operations are concerned, until they lose all their strength. O spiritual soul, when thou seest thy desire obscured, thy will arid and constrained, and thy faculties incapable of any interior act, be not grieved at this, but look upon it rather as a great good. For God is delivering thee from thyself, taking the matter out of thy hands. For however strenuously thou mayest exert thyself, thou wilt not do anything so faultlessly, perfectly, and securely as now, because of the impurity and torpor of thy faculties. When God takes thee by the hand, guides thee safely in thy blindness, along a road into an end thou knowest not, and whither thou couldst never travel, guided by thine own eyes and supported by thy own feet. The reason why the soul not only travels securely when in obscurity, but also makes greater progress is this. In general, the soul makes greater progress in the spiritual life when it least thinks so, yea, when it rather imagines that it is losing everything. Having never before experienced the present novelty which dazzles it and disturbs its former habits, it considers itself as losing rather than as gaining ground, when it sees itself lost in what it once knew and in which it delighted, travelling by a road it knows not and in which it has no pleasure. As a traveller into strange countries goes by ways strange and untried, relying on information derived from others, and not upon any knowledge of his own, it is clear that he will never visit a new country but by new ways which he knows not, and by abandoning those he knew. So the soul, when it advances in spiritual life, travels in obscurity, not knowing the way. God himself being the guide of the soul in its blindness, it may well exult and say, in darkness and security, as soon as it has penetrated the mystery of its state. There is another reason also why the soul has travelled safely in this obscurity. It has suffered. For the way of suffering is safer and also more profitable than that of rejoicing and of action. In suffering God gives strength, but in action and enjoyment the soul does nothing but show its own weakness and imperfections. And in suffering too the soul practices and acquires virtue, and becomes pure, wiser, and more cautious. There is another more particular reason why a soul travels securely when in obscurity. This reason is derived from the consideration of the light itself, or obscure wisdom. The obscure night of contemplation so absorbs the soul, and brings it so near unto God, as to defend it, and deliver it from all that is not God. For the soul is now, as it were, under medical treatment for the recovery of its health, which is God. God compels it to observe a particular diet, and to abstain from all noxious things, the very appetite for them being subdued. The soul is treated like a sick man respected by his household, who is carefully tended that the air shall not touch him, nor the light shine upon him, whom the noise of footsteps and the tumult of servants shall not disturb, and to whom the most delicate food is given most cautiously by measure, and that nutritious rather than savoury. Obscure contemplation, which brings the soul so near unto God, is the origin of all these measures, and they are all measures of security to guard the soul. For in truth, the nearer the soul is to God, the more obscure the darkness, and the more profound the obscurity, because of the soul's weakness. The nearer a man reaches to the sun, the greater the darkness and suffering its light occasions, because of the weakness and impureness of his vision. So great is the spiritual light of God, surpassing all understanding, that the nearer we approach it, the more does it blind us. This is the meaning of those words of the psalmist. He made darkness the covert, the pavilion round about him, dark clouds in the clouds of the air, which is obscure contemplation, and the divine wisdom in souls, of which they have experience as of a thing near to the pavilion where he dwells, when God brings them near to himself. Thus, what in God is light and supreme splendour is to man obscure darkness, as St. Paul saith, as the royal prophet explains in the same place, at the brightness that was before him the clouds passed, that is, over the human intellect, the light of which, saith the prophet, is darkened with the mist thereof. O wretched condition of this life, wherein the truth is so hardly known! That which is most clear and true is to us most obscure and doubtful, and we avoid it, though it is most necessary for us.
that which shines the most, and dazzles our eyes, that we embrace and follow through, though it is the most hurtful to us, and makes us stumble at every step. In what fear and danger then must man be living, seeing that the very light of his natural eyes, by which he directs his steps, is the very first to bewilder and deceive him when he would draw near unto God. If he wishes to be sure of the road he travels on, he must close his eyes and walk in the obscurity. If he is to journey in safety from his domestic foes, his own senses and faculties. Well hidden and protected, then, is the soul in the dark waters close to God. For as the dark waters are a pavilion for him, so they are also to the soul perfect safety and protection, though in darkness, where it is hidden and protected from itself, and from all the injuries which created things may inflict. It is of souls thus protected that the psalmist spoke when he said, "Thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy face, from the disturbance of men. Thou shalt protect them in thy tabernacle from the contradiction of tongues." These words comprehend all kinds of protection, for to be hidden in the secret of the face of God, from the disturbance of men, is to be strengthened in the obscure contemplation against all the assaults of men. To be protected in this tabernacle from the contradiction of tongues is to be engulfed in the dark water. That soul, therefore, whose desires and affections are weaned, and whose faculties are in darkness, is set free from all the imperfections which war against the spirit, whether they proceed from the flesh or from any other created thing. Such a soul may well say, in darkness and security. Another reason, not less conclusive, why the soul, though in darkness, proceeds securely, is derived from that courage which it acquires as soon as it enters within the dark, painful, and obscure water of God. Though it be dark, still it is water, and therefore cannot but refresh and invigorate the soul in all that is most necessary for it, though it does so painfully and in obscurity. For the soul immediately discerns in itself a certain courage and resolution to do nothing which it knows to be displeasing unto God, and to leave nothing undone which ministers to his service, because this obscure love is so intensely vigilant and careful of what it is to do, and what it is to leave undone for his sake, so as to please him. It looks around and considers in 1,000 ways whether it has done anything to offend him, and all this with much more solicitude and carefulness than it ever did before, as I said when speaking of this anxious love. Here all the desires, all the strength, and all the powers of the soul, recollected from all besides, direct all their efforts and all their energies to the service of God only. Thus the soul goes forth out of itself, away from all created things, to the sweet and delightsome union of the love of God in darkness and security. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 17. Obscure Contemplation is Secret. By the secret ladder, disguised. I have 3 things to explain in reference to the 3 words of this line. 2 of them, secret and ladder, belong to the obscure night of contemplation, of which I am speaking, and the 3rd, disguised, belongs to the way of the soul therein. As to the first, the soul calls the obscure contemplation, by which it goes forth to the union of love, a secret ladder, and that because of 2 characteristics of it. First, this obscure contemplation is called secret, because it is, as I have said before, the mystical theology which divines call secret wisdom, and which, according to St. Thomas, is infused into the soul most especially by love, in a secret hidden way in which the natural operations of the intellect and the other faculties have no share. And because the faculties of the soul cannot compass it, it being the Holy Ghost who infuses it, as the bride saith in the canticle, in an unknown way, we call it secret.
And, in truth, it is not the soul only that is ignorant here, but everyone else, even the devil, because the master who now touches the soul dwells substantially within it. This is not the only reason why it is called secret, for it is secret also in its effects. It is not only secret beyond the powers of the soul to speak of it, during the darkness and sharpness of purgation, when the secret wisdom purifies the soul, but afterwards also, during the illumination, when the wisdom is most clearly communicated. It is so secret that it cannot be discerned or described. Moreover, the soul has no wish to speak of it, and besides, it can discover no way or similitude to describe it by, so as to make known so profound an intelligence, so delicate an infused spiritual impression. Yea, and if it could have a wish to speak of it, and find terms to describe it, it would always remain secret still. This interior wisdom, so simple, general, and spiritual, enters not into an intellect entangled and covered over by any forms or images subject to sense, as is sometimes the case, and therefore the imagination and the senses, as it has not entered in by them, nor is modified by them, cannot account for it, nor any form of conception of it, so as to speak in any degrees correctly about it, though the soul be distinctly conscious that it feels and tastes this sweet and strange wisdom. The soul is like a man who sees an object for the first time, the like of which he has never seen before. He handles it and feels it, yet he cannot say what it is, or tell its name, do what he can, though it may be at the same time an object cognizable by the senses. How much less can we describe that which does not enter in by the senses? Such is the nature of the divine language, that the more interior, infused, and spiritual it is, the more it transcends all human intelligence. The powers of the senses, interior and exterior, cease, and their harmonies become mute. The holy writings supply both proofs and illustrations of this principle. Jeremias shows the impossibility of revealing and expressing the words of God. For when God had spoken to him, he knew not what to say, except, "Ah, ah, ah, Lord God." Moses also is an instance of the interior impossibility, that is, of the interior imaginative sense, and of the exterior also at the same time. For when God spoke to him out of the bush, he was not only more incapable of speaking than before, but was so terrified that he durst not behold. That is, the imagination itself became weak and silent. The wisdom of contemplation is the language of God addressed to the soul, purely spiritual, and the senses are not spiritual, so they do not perceive it, and so it remains a secret from them. They cannot understand it, nor explain it. This explains why some persons, walking in this way, good and timid souls, who, when they would give an account of their interior state to their directors, know not how to do it. Neither have they the power to do it, and so feel a great repugnance to explain themselves, especially when contemplation is the more simple, and with difficulty discernible by them. All they can say is that their soul is satisfied, calm or contented, that they have a feeling of God, that all goes well with them, as they think. But they cannot explain their state except by general expressions like these. But it is a different matter when they have a consciousness of particular things, such as visions, impressions, and the like. These in general are communicated under some species, and the senses participate in them. In that case they are able to describe them. But it is not in the nature of pure contemplation that it can be described, for it can scarcely be spoken of in words, and therefore we call it secret. This is not the only reason why it is called secret, and why it is so. There is another, namely, the mystical wisdom has the property of hiding the soul within itself. For beyond the usual degree of this hiding, the soul is sometimes so absorbed in this secret abyss that it beholds itself distinctly carried away from all created things to a wild and profound solitude where no human being can reach it, to an interminable desert which is the more delicious, sweet, and lovely, the more it is profound, vast, and lonely. And the more secret is the soul, the more it is raised above all created things. The abyss of wisdom so exalts and elevates the soul, bringing it within the course of the science of love, that it makes it not only understand how mean are all created things in relation to the supreme wisdom and divine sense, but also how low, defective, and in a certain sense improper are all the words and phrases by which in this life we discuss divine things, and how utterly impossible by any natural means, however profoundly and learnedly we may speak, to understand and see them as they are, were it not for the light of mystical theology. And so the soul in the light thereof, discerning this truth, namely, that it cannot reach it, and still less explain it by the terms of ordinary speech, justly calls it secret. This property of being secret, and of surpassing all natural capacity, belongs to divine contemplation, not only because it is itself supernatural, but also because it is the guide of the soul to the perfections of union with God, which, not being humanly known, we must reach by being divinely ignorant. For, to use the language of mystical theology, these things are neither understood nor known when they are sought, but when they are found and practiced. This is the meaning of the following words of the prophet: "There is none that is able to know her ways, nor that can search out her paths." The royal prophet also, speaking of this way of the soul, says, "Thy lightnings enlightened the world, the earth shook and trembled. Thy way is in the sea, and thy paths in many waters, and thy footsteps shall not be known." All this in its spiritual meaning refers to the subject before us. The lightnings that enlightened the world is the illumination of the faculties of the soul in the divine contemplation. The trembling of the earth is the painful purgation of which it is the cause. To say that the way of God, by which the soul draws near unto him, is in the sea, and his paths in many waters, and therefore cannot be known, is to say that this way to God is secret, and is hidden from the senses of the soul, as the way of one who walks over the waters is from the senses of the body, and whose footsteps cannot be known. The footsteps of God in those souls which he is drawing to himself, making them great in the union of his wisdom, have also this peculiarity, that they are not known. Thus we find these words in the book of Job, impressing upon us this truth: "Knowest thou the great paths of the clouds, and perfect knowledge?" By this are meant the paths and ways of God, in which he makes souls great and perfect in his wisdom. These are meant by the clouds. Contemplation, therefore, by which God guides the soul, is secret wisdom. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 18. How this secret wisdom is also a ladder. I now proceed to the second part, to show how this secret wisdom is also a ladder. There are many reasons for calling secret contemplation a ladder. In the first place, as men employ ladders to mount up to those strong places where treasures are laid up, so also by secret contemplation, without knowing how, the soul ascends and mounts upwards to the knowledge and possession of the treasures of heaven. This is well expressed by the royal prophet when he says, "Blessed is the man whose help is from thee. In his heart he hath disposed to ascend by steps, in the vale of tears, in the place which he hath set. For the lawgiver shall give a blessing. They that go from strength to strength, the God of gods shall be seen in Zion. He is the treasure of the citadel of Zion, that is, blessedness." We may call it a ladder also, because, as the steps of one and the same ladder serve to descend as well as to ascend by, so those communications which the soul receives in secret contemplation raise it up to God and make it humble also. For those communications which really come from God have this property, that they humble and exalt the soul at one and the same time. In the spiritual way, to descend is to ascend, and to ascend is to descend, because every one that exalteth himself shall be humbled, and he that humbleth himself shall be exalted. And as the virtue of humility is greatness, for the trial of the soul therein, God is wont also to make it ascend by this ladder, that it may descend, and descend that it may ascend. For thus are fulfilled the words of the wise man: before glorified, it is humbled. If the soul will reflect on the nature of the ladder, I omit what is spiritual and not felt, it will see at once the ups and downs of this road, how after prosperity come storms and trials, so that its previous repose seems to have been given it to prepare it and strengthen it for the present sufferings. How also after misery and distress come abundance and ease, so that the soul shall seem to have observed a vigil previous to the feast. This is the ordinary course of the state of contemplation, for until the soul attains to repose, it never continues in one state, for all is ascending and descending with it. The reason is that the state of perfection, which consists in the perfect love of God and contempt of self, can only subsist on two conditions: the knowledge of God and of oneself. The soul must of necessity be tried in the one and the other, in the first which exalts it, in the second which humbles it, until, perfect habits having been acquired, it ceases to ascend and descend, having arrived at the summit, united with God, who is at the top of it, and on whom, too, the ladder rests. The ladder of contemplation, which comes down from God, is shadowed forth by that ladder which Jacob saw in a dream, and the angels of God ascending and descending by it, from God to man, and from man to God, who was himself leaning upon it. This took place by night, when Jacob slept, as the Scriptures declare, that we may learn from it how secret is the way of God, and how different from all human conception. This is plain enough, for, in general, that which is our greatest profit, the loss and annihilation of self, we esteem a calamity, and that which is of but little value, comfort and sweetness where, in general, we lose instead of gaining, we look upon as the more advantageous for us. But, to speak with more accuracy, and to the purpose, of the ladder of secret contemplation, I must observe that the chief reason why it is called a ladder is, that contemplation is the science of love, which is an infused loving knowledge of God, and which enlightens the soul, and at the same time kindles within it the fire of love, till it shall ascend upwards, step by step, unto God its Creator. For it is love only that unites the soul and God. With a view to the greater clearness of this matter, I shall mark the steps of this divine ladder, explaining concisely the signs and effects of each, that the soul may be able to form some conjecture on which of them it stands. I shall distinguish between them by their effects with St. Bernard and St. Thomas, and because it is not possible to distinguish them in this life as they are in their own nature, because the ladder of love is so secret that it can be weighed and measured by God only. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 19. The mystic ladder has 10 degrees. Explanation of the first 5 of them. The steps of the ladder of love, by which the soul, ascending from one to another, rises upwards to God, are 10 in number. The first degree of love makes the soul languish to its great profit. Here was the bride when she said, "I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, This languishing is not unto death, but for the glory of God. For the soul faints away as to sin and all things whatsoever that are not God for God's sake, as the psalmist testifies, My spirit hath fainted away, from all things after thy salvation, as it is more fully expressed in another place, My soul hath fainted after thy salvation. As a sick man loses all appetite in the taste of his food, and the color vanishes from his face, so the soul in this degree of love loses all pleasure in earthly things, and all desire of them, and like one in love, its color fades away. The soul does not fall into this languishing state, except through the vehement heat which descends into it from above, which is the mystic fever, according to the words of the psalmist, Thou didst send thy inheritance a free rein, O God, and it was weakened, but thou hast made it perfect. This languishing and fainting away of the soul, which is the first and earliest step to God, I have already explained, when I spoke of that annihilation to which the soul is brought when it begins to stand upon the ladder of contemplative purgation, when it finds no comfort, pleasure, nor support anywhere, in consequence of which it begins immediately to climb the other steps of the ladder. On the second step, the soul is unremitting in its search after God. Thus the bride sought him in her bed by night. She had fainted away there on the first step of the ladder, and found him not. She added, I will rise, I will seek him whom my soul loveth. This is now the unceasing occupation of the soul. Seek ye the Lord, seek his face evermore, is the counsel of the psalmist, and never rest till he be found, like the bride who, when she had questioned the watchman, passed on in her search, and left them. Mary Magdalene did not remain even with the angels at the sepulchre. So anxious is the soul now, that it seeks the beloved in all things. All its thoughts, words, and works are referred to him. In eating, sleeping, and waking, all its anxieties are about him, as I have already described it when speaking of the anxieties of love. As love becomes strong regarding health, it commences the ascent to the third step by a new purgation in the night, as I shall hereafter explain, and which issues in the effects that follow. On the third step of the loving ladder, the soul worketh, and is fervent, and faints not. Of this step spoke the royal prophet when he said, Blessed is the man that feareth the Lord, he shall delight exceedingly in his commandments. If fear, the fruit of love, produces this delight, what will be the effect of love itself? On this step of the ladder the soul looks on great things as little, on many as few, and on length of time as a moment, by reason of the burning fire which consumes it. It is with the soul as it was with Jacob, who served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed but a few days, because of the greatness of his love. If the love of a created being did so much in Jacob, what will the love of the Creator himself do, when it shall have taken possession of the soul, on the third step of the ladder? Here the soul, because of the great love it has for God, is in great pain and suffering, because of the scantiness of its service. If it could die for him 1,000 times, it would be comforted. It looks upon itself as unprofitable in all it does, and on its whole life as worthless. Another most wonderful effect is that it looks upon itself as being in truth the very worst of all, for 2 reasons. First, because its love continues to show it what God deserves at its hands, and secondly, because it acknowledges to itself that even the great things it does for God are imperfect and faulty. Hence confusion of face and affliction when it compares the meanness of its own conduct with the majesty of God. On this third step the soul is very far from giving way to vainglory or presumption, or from condemning others. These anxious and other effects of the same kind are wrought in the soul when on the third step of the ladder, and so the soul acquires strength and courage to ascend to the fourth. When the soul is on the fourth step of the ladder of love, it falls into a state of suffering, but without weariness, on account of the beloved. For, as St. Augustine saith, love makes all that is grievous and heavy to be light as nothing. It was on this step that the bride stood when she expressed her longing for the last, saying, "Put me as a seal upon thy heart, as a seal upon thy arm." For love, that is, the acts and operations of love, is strong as death, jealousy is hard as hell. The spirit is now so strong, and has so subdued the flesh, that it is as regardless of it as the tree is of one of its leaves. It seeks not for consolation or sweetness, either in God or elsewhere, neither does it pray for God's gifts through any motive of self-interest or its own satisfaction. All it cares for now is how it shall please God, and serve Him in some measure as He deserves to be served, and in some degree corresponding with the graces it has received, and this at any and every cost. The spiritual man now is saying in his heart and mind, "My God and my Lord, how many there are who seek their own comfort and joy in Thee, and who pray for gifts and graces, but those who strive to please Thee, who offer Thee that which costs them something, and who cast their own interests aside, are very few. It is not Thy will to show mercy that fails, O my God, but it is we who fail in using Thy mercies as we ought, so as to bind Thee to show us Thy mercy continually." This degree of love is exceedingly high, for now the soul, earnest in its love, follows after God in the spirit of suffering for His sake, and God therefore frequently, and as it were continually, permits it to rejoice, visiting it sweetly in spirit, for the boundless love of Christ, the Word, cannot look on the sufferings of the souls that love without hastening to their relief. He has promised to do so by the mouth of the prophet, saying, "I have remembered thee, pitying thy youth, when thou followest me in the desert," which in its spiritual sense is that abandonment which the soul is conscious of with regard to all created things, when it cannot rest upon them or be at ease among them. On this fourth step of the ladder, the soul is so inflamed with love, and so set on fire with the desire after God, that it ascends upwards to the fifth. On the fifth step of the ladder, the soul longs after God, and desires Him with impatience. Such is now the eagerness of the soul to embrace and be united to the Beloved, that every moment of delay, how slight soever, seems to it long, tedious, and oppressive, and it is ever thinking that it has found its love. But when it sees that its desires are disappointed, which is almost continually the case, it faints away through the intenseness of its longing, as it is written, "My soul longeth and fainteth for the courts of the Lord." And now the soul must either obtain its desires or die, like Rachel, who said to Jacob, "Give me children, otherwise I shall die." Now it is nourished by love, for as was its hunger, so is its abundance, and so it ascends to the sixth step, the steps of which I am about to describe. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 20. Of the Other 5 Degrees. When the soul has ascended to the sixth step, it runs lightly to God, and hope too runs without fainting, for hope has made it strong, so that it flies lightly onwards. It is of this step that the prophet speaks, saying, "They that hope in the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall take wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint." In the psalmist also, "As the hart panteth after the fountains of waters, so my soul panteth after Thee, O God." The hart, when thirsty, runs quickly to the water. The cause of this quickness which the soul experiences on this step of the ladder is, that charity is enlarged, and the soul is now almost wholly purified, as it is written, "Without iniquity have I run," and again, "I have run the way of thy commandments, when thou didst enlarge my heart." And thus the soul ascends immediately from the 6th to the 7th degree of love. On the 7th step, the soul becomes so bold in its intense and loving exaltation that no prudence can withhold it, no counsel control it, no shame restrain it, for the favor which God hath shown it has made it vehemently bold. This explains to us the words of the Apostle, that charity believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. It was in this state that Moses was when he said unto God, "Either forgive them this trespass, or if thou do not, strike me out of the book that thou hast written." Men of this spirit obtain from God what they so lovingly pray for. And so the psalmist says, "Delight in the Lord, and he will give thee the requests of thy heart." Standing on this step, the bride said boldly, "Let him kiss me with the kiss of his mouth." But remember, it is not lawful to be thus bold, unless the soul feels that the interior favor of the king's scepter is extended to it, lest it should fall down the steps already ascended, in all of which humility must ever be preserved. From this boldness and courage of the 7th step, which God grants, that it may be bold with him in the vehemence of its love, the soul ascends to the 8th, where it lays hold of the Beloved and is united to him. On the 8th step, the soul embraces the Beloved and holds him fast. "I found him whom my soul loveth. I held him, and I will not let him go." Here the desires of the soul are satisfied, but not without interruption. Some souls are thus satisfied, but they quickly fall back. For if they did not, and if that state of satisfaction continued, they would have attained to a state of glory even in this life. For this reason the soul tarries but briefly on this step of the ladder. Daniel, being a man of desires, was bidden, on the part of God, to remain here. "Daniel, thou man of desires, stand upright." The next step is the 9th, the degree of the perfect. On the 9th step, the soul is on fire sweetly. This is the degree of the perfect, who burns sweetly in God, for this sweet and delicious ardor is the work of the Holy Ghost in the union of the soul with God. St. Gregory says of the apostles that they burned interiorly with love sweetly when the Holy Ghost descended upon them. The blessings and the riches of God, which the soul now enjoys, cannot be described, and if we were to write whole books on the subject, there would still be more to say. For this reason, and because I intend to speak of it hereafter, I shall now say no more of this step, except that it is immediately followed by the 10th and the last, which does not belong to this life. On the 10th step of the ladder, the soul becomes wholly assimilated into God in the beatific vision which it then enjoys, for having ascended to the 9th, it goeth forth out of the body. Love works in such souls, they are few, and perfectly purified in this life, what purgatory works in others in the next. For, blessed are the clean in heart, for they shall see God. As I have said, this vision is the cause of the soul's perfect likeness unto God. We know, saith St. John, that when he shall appear, we shall be like to him, because we shall see him as he is. And thus, whatever the soul may be, it will be like unto God, and so is called, and is, by participation, God. This is the secret ladder of which the soul speaks, though in the higher steps no longer secret to it, for love reveals itself to it in the great effects it produces. But on the highest step, the beatific vision, the last of the ladder, where God leans, nothing remains secret from the soul, by reason of its perfect likeness. And therefore our Saviour saith, "In that day ye shall not ask me anything." Until that day come, notwithstanding the heights to which the soul ascends, something still remains secret from it. and that in proportion to the distance from its perfect likeness to the divine essence. In this way, then, by means of mystical theology and secret love, the soul goeth forth from all things and from itself, ascending upwards unto God. For love is like fire, which ever ascends, hastening to be absorbed in the center of its sphere. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 20. The Meaning of Disguised. The colors in which the soul disguises itself. Having now explained why contemplation is a secret ladder, I have further to explain what is meant by the word disguised, for the soul says that it went forth by the secret ladder, disguised. For the clear understanding of this, it is necessary to keep in mind that to be disguised is nothing else but to hide oneself under another form than our own, either for the purpose of showing, under that concealment, the will and purpose of the heart with a view to gain the goodwill and affection of the person beloved, or for the purpose of hiding oneself from the observation of rivals, and thereby the better effect our object. Such a person assumes the disguise which shall most represent the affection of his heart, and which shall the best conceal him from his rivals. The soul, then, touched with the love of Christ, that it may gain his favor and goodwill, sallies forth in that disguise which shall most vividly represent the affections of the mind and secure it against the assaults of its enemies, the devil, the world, and the flesh. The disguise it assumes is a garment of three principal colors: white, green, and purple, emblems of the three theological virtues, faith, hope, and charity, which not only enable the soul to enter into the good graces of the Beloved, but also protect it against its enemies. Faith is a garment of such surpassing whiteness as to dazzle every intellectual vision. For when the soul has put on faith, it becomes invisible and inaccessible to the devil, because it is then most securely defended against him, its strongest faith. For he said, "Whom resist, steadfast in faith." And with a view of entering into favor and union with the Beloved, the soul cannot put on a better garment, as the ground of the other virtues, than the white garment of faith, without which it is impossible to please God. But with a living faith, the soul is pleasing and acceptable unto God, who says so himself by the mouth of the prophet, "I will espouse thee to me in faith." It is as if he said to the soul, "If thou wilt be united and betrothed to me, thou must draw near, clad interiorly in faith." The soul assumes the white robe of faith when it goeth forth in the obscure night, walking in darkness and interior trials, receiving no light of consolation from the intellect, not from above, because the heavens seem shut and God hidden, not from below, because its spiritual directors can give it no satisfaction. And when it endures patiently and perseveres, amidst its trials, without fainting or falling away from the Beloved, who by these trials and temptations is proving its faith, so that it may be able hereafter to say with the psalmist, "For the sake of the words of thy lips, I have kept hard ways." Over the white robe of faith the soul puts on the second color, green, the emblem of the virtue of hope, which delivers it and protects from the assaults of its second enemy, the world. The freshness of a living hope in God inspires the soul with such energy and resolution, with such aspirations after the things of eternal life, that all this world seems to it, as indeed it is, in comparison with what it hopes for, dry, withered, dead, and worthless. Here the soul denudes itself of the garments and trappings of the world, by setting the heart upon nothing that is in it, and hoping for nothing that is or may be in it, living only in the hope of everlasting life. And therefore, when the heart is thus lifted up above the world cannot touch it or lay hold of it, nor even see it. And the soul, disguised in the vesture of hope, is secure from its second foe, the world. This is the reason why St. Paul calls the hope of salvation a helmet. Now a helmet is armor which protects and covers the whole head, and has no opening except in one place, where eyes may look through. Hope is such a helmet, for it covers all the senses of the head of the soul in such a way that they cannot be lost in worldly things, and leaves no part of them exposed to the arrows of the world. It has one loophole only through which the eyes may look upwards. This is the work of hope, to direct the eyes of the soul to God, as it is written, "My eyes are ever toward the Lord, looking for succor nowhere else." As the same psalmist writes, "As the eyes of the handmaid are on the hands of her mistress, so are our eyes unto the Lord our God, until he have mercy upon us," hoping in him. The green vesture of hope, for the soul is then ever looking upwards unto God, disregarding all besides, and delighting only in him, is so pleasing to the beloved that the soul obtains from him all it hopes for. This is why he tells the soul in the canticle, "Thou hast wounded my heart with one of thy eyes." It would not have been expedient for the soul, if it had not put on the green robe of hope, to claim such love, for it would not have succeeded, because that which influences the beloved and prevails is persevering hope. It is in the vesture of hope that the soul disguised goes forth securely in the secret and obscure night, seeing that it goes forth so detached from all possessions, without any consolations, that it regards nothing, that its sole anxiety is about God, putting its mouth in the dust, if so be there may be hope. Over the white and green robes, as the crown and perfection thereof, the soul puts on the third, the splendid robe of purple. This is the emblem of charity, which not only enhances the beauty of the others, but which so elevates the soul and renders it so lovely and pleasing in his eyes that it ventures to say to him, "I am black but beautiful, O daughters of Jerusalem. Therefore hath the King loved me, and brought me into his secret chamber." This robe of charity is love, not only defends the soul from its third enemy, the flesh, for where the true love of God is, there is no room for self-love or for selfishness, but strengthens the other virtues also, and makes them flourish, beautifying the soul and adorning it with grace, so that it shall please the beloved, for without charity no virtue is pleasing unto God. This is the purple, spoken of in the canticle, by which the soul ascends to the seat where God reposes. The seat of gold, the going up of purple. It is in this robe of purple that the soul goeth forth in the obscure night out of itself, and from all created things, with anxious love inflamed by the secret ladder of contemplation, to the perfect union of the love of God, its beloved Saviour. This, then, is the disguise which the soul assumes in the night of faith on the secret ladder. And these are the colours of it, namely, a certain most fitting disposition for its union with God in the three powers: memory, intellect, and will. Faith blinds the intellect, and empties it of all natural intelligence, and thereby disposes it for the union of the divine wisdom. Hope empties the memory, and withdraws it from all created things which can possess it, for as the Apostle writes, "Hope that is seen is not hope." Thus the memory is withdrawn from all things on which it might dwell in this life, and is fixed on what the soul hopes to possess. Hope in God, therefore, purely disposes the memory according to the measure of the emptiness it has wrought for union with Him. Charity, in the same way, empties the affections and desires of the will of everything that is not God, and fixes them on Him alone. This virtue of charity, then, disposes the will and unites it with God in love. And because these virtues, it being their special work, withdraw the soul from all that is not God, so also do they serve to unite the soul to Him. It is, therefore, impossible for the soul to attain to the perfection of the love of God unless it journeys in earnest in the robes of these three virtues. This disguise, therefore, which the soul assumed when it went forth in order to obtain what it aimed at, the loving union with the Beloved, was most necessary and expedient. And it was also a great happiness to have succeeded in thus disguising himself and persevering until it obtained the desired end, the union of love. End of section 36. Section 37 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 22. O Happy Lot. It is very evident that it was a blessed thing for the soul to have succeeded in such an enterprise as this, by which it was delivered out of the hands of Satan, from the world, and from its own sensuality, in which, having gained that liberty of spirit so precious and desirable, it rose from meanness to dignity, from being earthly and human, became heavenly and divine, having its conversation in heaven, like those who are in the state of perfection, as I shall proceed to explain. I shall, however, be brief, because the most important point, that which chiefly determined me to explain the obscure night to many souls who enter on it without knowing it, has been already in some degree explained, and I have also described, though in inadequate terms, what great blessings descend upon the soul in that night, and what a great happiness it is to be passing through it. This I did, that when such souls are alarmed at the trials that have come upon them, they may be encouraged by the certain hope of the numerous and great blessings which they will receive in this night. Beside this, it was a blessed lot for the soul on account of what it describes in the following line. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Section 23. The wonderful hiding place of the soul, which the devil, though he penetrates into other higher places, cannot enter. In darkness and concealment. In concealment, that is, secretly and hidden. So when the soul says that it went forth in darkness and concealment, it explains the more clearly the great security it found in obscure contemplation on the road of the union of the love of God. The words darkness and concealment mean here that the soul, having gone forth into the obscurity, traveled therefore in secret, unknown to the evil one, beyond the reach of his wiles and stratagems. The reason why the soul is free, concealed from the devil and his wiles in the obscurity of contemplation, is that infused contemplation, to which it is now admitted, is passively infused into it, in secret, without the cognizance of the senses and of the interior and exterior powers of the sensitive part. And that, too, is the reason why it escapes from not only the embarrassments which the faculties naturally and through their weakness present before it, but also from the evil one who, were it not for the sensitive faculties, could never know what is passing in the soul. The more spiritual, therefore, the communication is, and the further it is removed beyond the reach of sense, the less able is the devil to perceive it. This being the case, it becomes a matter of great moment, greatly conducive to the soul's security, that the senses of our lower nature should have no knowledge whatever of the interior conversation of the soul with God, and that for two reasons. First, that the spiritual communication may be the more abundant, which it will be when the weakness of our lower nature does not impede liberty of spirit. The second is that the soul is more secure, because the evil one cannot know what is passing within it. The words of our Lord, "Let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doth," may be, in a spiritual sense, understood of this, and we may understand him to say, "Let not thy left hand that is, man's inferior nature, know what is passing in the higher and spiritual part of the soul. That is, let the divine communications remain unknown to the lower senses, and a secret between thy spirit and God. It is true, when these interior and most hidden communications occur, that the devil, though he knows neither their nature nor their form, ascertains their existence, and that the soul is then receiving some great blessings merely from observing the silence and repose of the senses and the powers of our sensitive nature. And then, when he sees that he cannot thwart them in the inmost depths of the soul, he does all he can to disquiet and disturb the sensitive part, which is accessible to him, by fears and horrible dread, intending thereby to trouble the higher and spiritual part of the soul, and to frustrate the blessings it then receives and enjoys. But very often, when this contemplation pours its light purely into the mind and offers it violence, the devil, with all his efforts, is not able to disquiet it, for then the soul becomes the recipient of renewed benefits, love, and a more secure peace. In its consciousness of the disturbing presence of the foe, it runs inwardly into itself, without knowing how it comes to pass, and feels assured of a certain refuge where it can hide itself beyond the reach of the evil one. And thus its peace and joy are multiplied, of which the devil attempted to rob it. All those terrors assail it only from without. It sees clearly and exults that it can in the meanwhile enjoy in secret the calm peace and sweetness of the bridegroom, which the world and the devil can neither give nor take away. The soul is now experiencing the truth of what the bride says in the canticle: Behold, 80 valiant ones surround the bed of Solomon, because of fears in the night. Strength and peace abound within the soul, though the flesh and the bones are frequently tormented without. At other times, when the spiritual communications flow over into the senses, the devil succeeds the more easily in disquieting the mind, and in disturbing it with the terrors with which he assails it through the senses. At that time the mental agonies are immense, and occasionally surpassing all description. For when spirit has to do with spirit, the evil one causes an intolerable horror in the good one, that is, in the soul, when it succeeds in disturbing it. This is the meaning of the bride in her account of what happened to her when she tried to be interiorly recollected, so as to have the fruition of these goods. I went down, she says, into the garden of nuts to see the fruits of the valleys, and to look if the vineyard had flourished. I knew not. My soul troubled me for the chariots, and the confused cries of Aminadab, that is, the devil. This contradiction of the devil takes place also when God bestows his favors upon a soul by the instrumentality of a good angel. The devil sees this occasionally, because God in general permits it to become known to the enemy, and he may do what he can, according to the measure of justice, against that soul, and that he may be debarred from pleading that he had no opportunity of seizing on that soul as he did in the case of Job. It is therefore expedient that God should place these two combatants, the good angel and the devil, on an equality when they contend for a human soul, in order that the victory may be of greater worth, and that the soul, triumphant and faithful in temptation, may be the more abundantly rewarded. This is the reason why God, in the order of grace, permits Satan to disquiet and tempt the soul which he is guiding therein. When such a soul has real visions through the instrumentality of an angel, God suffers the evil spirit to represent false visions of the same kind, in such a way that an incautious soul may be very easily deluded, as it has happened to many. We have an instance of this in Exodus, where we read that the magicians of Pharaoh wrought signs and wonders resembling those wrought by Moses. For when Moses turned water into blood, the magicians of Egypt did the same, and when he brought forth frogs, so did the magicians. It is not in bodily visions only that the evil spirit apes God,
but in spiritual communications also, which are effected through the instrumentality of an angel, whenever he succeeds in discovering them. For as it is written, he beholdeth every high thing, that is, he apes them, and insinuates himself among them as well as he can. Spiritual visions have neither form nor figure, such is the characteristic of spirit, and therefore Satan cannot imitate them, nor occasion others which shall in any way represent them. And so, when the good angel communicates spiritual contemplation, the evil spirit, in order to disturb it while the soul is being thus visited, presents himself before it with a certain horror and spiritual confusion, which is occasionally exceedingly painful. Sometimes the soul quickly disembarrasses itself, so that the terror of the evil spirit may have no time to make any impression upon it, and recollects itself, favored herein by that spiritual grace which the good angel then communicates. Sometimes, too, God permits this horror and trouble to last a long time, and this is a greater torment to the soul than all the evils of this life can be, the remembrance of which afterwards is sufficient to produce great pain. All this passes in the soul without its doing or undoing anything of itself in regard to these representations or impressions. But we must remember that, when God suffers the evil spirit thus to afflict the soul, it is with a view to purify and prepare it by that spiritual vigil for some great festival and spiritual grace which it is His will to bestow upon it, who never mortifies but to give life, who never humbles but to exalt. This speedily ensues, for the soul, according to the measure of the dark purgation past, enters upon the fruition of sweet spiritual contemplation, and that is so sublime at times that no language can describe it. This is to be understood of those divine visitations which are the work of an angel, and wherein the soul is not wholly secure, nor hidden in so great obscurity, but that the devil succeeds in discovering its state. But when God visits the soul himself, the words of the stanza are then true, for in perfect obscurity, hidden from the enemy, it receives at such time the spiritual graces of God. The reason of the difference is that God, being the sovereign Lord, dwells substantially in the soul, and that neither angel nor devil can discover what is going on there, nor penetrate the profound and secret communications which take place between him and the soul. These communications, because the work of our Lord himself, are wholly divine and supreme, certain substantial touches of the divine union between himself and the soul. In one of these, because the highest possible degree of prayer, the soul receives greater good than in all the rest. These are those touches for which the bride prayed, saying, "Let him kiss me with the kiss of his mouth." This being a thing that so intimately relates to God, the soul, anxious to approach him, values and desires one touch of the divinity more than all the other graces which he bestows upon it. Hence the bride in the canticle, after many graces there described, is not satisfied, but prays for those divine touches. "Who shall give thee to me for my brother, sucking the breast of my mother, that I may find thee without, and kiss thee with the mouth of my soul, and now no man may despise me, or presume against me." She means that communication which God makes alone, without, and secret from all creatures, and so she says, "that I may find thee without, and sucking at the breast of my mother." This occurs when the soul in liberty of spirit enjoys these blessings in sweetness and interior peace, and when the sensitive part thereof cannot hinder it, nor the devil by means of that sensitive part interfere with it. Then, indeed, the evil spirit will not venture to assail the soul, because he will not be able to approach it, neither can he know of those divine touches in the substance of the soul wrought in loving knowledge of the substance of God. No man may arrive at this blessed condition but by interior purgation and detachment, by being spiritually hidden from all created things. It is a work wrought in obscurity, in the hiding place, wherein the soul is confirmed more and more in union with God by love, and therefore the soul sings
in darkness and concealment. When these favors are shown to the soul in secret, that is, in the spirit only, the higher and lower portions of the soul seem to it knows not how, to be so far apart that it recognizes two divisions in itself, each so distinct from the other that neither seems to have anything in common with the other, being in appearance so separated and distinct. And, in reality, this is in a certain manner true, for in its present condition, which is wholly spiritual, it has no commerce with the sensitive part. Thus the soul becomes wholly spiritual, and the spiritual passions and desires are in a great degree extinguished in this hiding place of intuitive contemplation. The soul then, speaking of its higher part, sings the last line of this stanza, "My house being now at rest." End of section 38. Section 39 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 24. My house being now at rest. This is as much as saying, my higher nature and my lower nature also, each in its desires and powers, being now at rest, I went forth to the divine union of the love of God. As the soul is doubly assailed and purified in the warfare of the obscure night, that is, in all the senses, passions, and powers of the sensitive and spiritual parts of it, so also in these senses, passions, and powers of the sensitive and spiritual parts does it attain doubly to peace and rest. The words, my house being now at rest, are repeated at the end of the second stanza, on account of the division of the soul into spiritual and sensitive, which parts, if they are ever to go forth into the divine union of love, must first of all be changed, corrected, and tranquilized with regard to all the things of sense and spirit, after the likeness of the state of innocence in Adam, notwithstanding that the soul be not wholly delivered from the temptations of our lower nature. These words, therefore, which in the first stanza relate to the tranquility of our lower and sensitive nature, now in the second stanza refer particularly to the higher and spiritual part of the soul, and this is the reason of the repetition. The soul obtains the tranquility and rest of the spiritual house, habitually and perfectly, so far as it is possible in this life, through the substantial touches of the divine union, which, in secret, hidden from the turmoil of Satan, sense, and passion, it receives from the divinity, whereby the soul is tranquilized, purified, strengthened, and confirmed, so as to become an effectual partaker of that union, which is the divine espousal of the soul to the Son of God. The instant the two houses of the soul are tranquil and confirmed, with the whole household of powers and desires sunk in sleep and silence, as to all things of heaven and earth, the divine wisdom, in the bond of loving possession, unites itself to the soul, and that is fulfilled which is written, while all things were in quiet silence, and the night was in the midst of her course, thy almighty word leapt down from heaven, from thy royal throne. The same truth is set before us in the canticle, where the bride, after passing away from those who took her veil away and wounded her, saith, when I had a little passed by them, I found him whom my soul loveth. This union is unattainable without great purity. And purity is attainable only by detachment from all created things and sharp mortifications. This is signified by the robbery of the veil and the wounding of the bride in the night when she went forth searching after her beloved. For the new veil of the betrothal cannot be put on till the old veil be taken away. He, therefore, who will not go out in this obscure night to seek the beloved, who will not deny and mortify his own will, but seek him at his ease on his bed, as the bride once did, will never find him. The soul says here that it found him, but only when it went forth into the obscurity, anxious with love. End of section 39. Section 40 of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 25. In that happy night, in secret, seen of none, and seeing naught myself, without other light or guide, save that in which my heart was burning. The soul still continues the metaphor of natural night in celebrating and magnifying the blessings of the night of the Spirit, by means of which it has been able quickly and securely to compass the desired end. 3 of these blessings are set forth in this stanza. 1. In this blessed night of contemplation, God guides the soul by a road so solitary and so secret, so remote and alien from sense, that nothing belonging thereto, nor any created thing, can approach to disturb it or detain it on the road to the union of love. 2. The second blessing of the spiritual obscurity of this night is that all faculties of the higher nature of the soul are in darkness. Consequently, the soul, seeing nothing and unable to see, is not detained by anything which is not God from drawing near unto him, and therefore advances freely, unencumbered by the obstacles of forms and figures and natural apprehensions. For these are the things which usually embarrass the soul, and prevent it from being always in union with God. 3. The third blessing is that while the soul is supported by no particular interior light of the intellect, nor by any exterior guide comforting it on this high road, the obscure darkness has deprived it of all of this. Love and faith, now burning within it, drawing the heart toward the beloved, influence and guide it, and make it fly upwards to God along the road of solitude, while it knows neither how nor by what means that is done. End of section 40. End of The Obscure Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross. Translated by David Lewis, 1814 to 1895.